Hello and welcome to Broadcasting Scotland. My name is Lewis McGlynn.
Hello and welcome to Broadcasting Scotland. My name is Saoirse Healy.
Hello and welcome to Broadcasting Scotland. My name is Donald C. Stewart. Broadcasting Scotland is Scotland's independent broadcaster, providing factual news, reporting on the issues important to the people of Scotland.
We are committed to public service broadcasting, and with your support, we will produce even more programmes.
Provide opportunities for young people interested in media production and broadcasting, and challenge preconceptions of what Scottish media looks like, amplifying Scotland's voice and reflecting its communities.
We can already deliver high-quality live news, and we will create the highest quality programmes for you to enjoy, but we can only do that with your support.
So please subscribe to and share our channel or donate to Broadcasting Scotland via the link in the description. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. The first item of business this afternoon is portfolio questions. The first portfolio, Deputy First Minister Responsibilities, Economy and Gaelic. A reminder, if members wish to ask a supplementary, they should press the request to speak buttons during the relevant question, both this and the next portfolio. There's a lot of interest in supplementaries, so the usual appeal for brevity in questions and responses. I call question number 1. Alexander Stewart.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. To ask the Scottish Government what steps it's taking to incentivise businesses to seek opportunities for scaling up.
Minister Richard Lockhead.
The Scottish Government is incentivising businesses to scale up through targeted support, including our £15 million enterprise package and Scotland's first dedicated Series A fund with part equity and the Scottish National Investment Bank as well. And through this Tech Scaler grant, we've provided over £720,000 for feasibility studies and implementation projects. Beyond funding, our £42 million Tech Scaler programme offers specialised infrastructure, expert mentoring and international opportunities through initiatives like our Silicon Valley and Singapore pop-ups, connecting Scottish founders with global investors and markets to accelerate their growth potential.
Alexander Stewart.
I thank the Minister for the answer. Facilitating new business activity is crucial to economic growth, and it's as much about enabling new business as it is about enabling businesses that exist to expand and reach wider markets. A great deal of valuable expertise exists in our small to medium-sized enterprises. Enterprise is that we should be harnessing, Minister. Will the Government consider making a proper assessment of how it can smooth and ease small business transition through these thresholds as they seek to grow?
Minister.
Thank you. Yes, these are the sort of considerations we always have in mind because we want to clearly support small businesses in Scotland to expand and grow, and also ensure that the venture capital and private equity is there to help them expand as well, because as you know, that's been a long-running debate in Scotland about how to ensure that gap is closed. Scottish Enterprise, of course, play a big role here, and they have invested £921 million over the past 21 years, it should be said, leveraging £2.45 billion of private sector investment to help companies scale up, and these figures go up to the 23-24 financial year. And of course, we've got other initiatives like the Scottish National Investment Bank, which helps businesses scale up where the commercial case may not be attracting investment from elsewhere, and that's decisions they take on an ongoing basis. So there's a number of initiatives underway, but yes, we're always happy to consider new assessments.
And brief supplementary, Claire Hawkey.
Recent reports have indicated Scotland is leading the UK in the growth of technology start-ups, and that this success runs entirely contrary to the rest of the UK's overall decline in the sector. Given the Scottish Government's ambition to make Scotland one of the best places in the world to develop, launch and scale up a tech company, what assessment has the Minister made of the success of Scotland's leading Tech Scaler programme?
Minister, briefly.
But I thank Claire Hawkey for highlighting some positive reports that have been published in relation to Scotland's performance in that area. Of course, I should say that the TechScaler 2024 annual report shows remarkable progress, with over 1,400 members from nearly 1,000 start-ups, and member businesses have raised £118 million in capital since the programme began, and 34.7% of founders identify as female, significantly above the industry average as well. So a comprehensive evaluation of the TechScaler programme delivery to date has been commissioned and is currently underway, due to be completed in summer of this year. Of course, that will help us build on these successes and further strengthen Scotland's position as a leading start-up nation.
Good question. 2, Colin Smyth.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. To ask the Scottish Government what its response is to the calls in public petition PE 1979 for gaps in the Scottish Child Abuse Inquiry to be addressed, and for an independent whistleblowing officer for education and children's services to be established.
Deputy First Minister.
Well, we are fully committed to ensuring that Scotland's child protection system is as robust as it can be. The Minister for Children has provided several responses to the Public Petitions Committee about PE 1979, which are available on the Scottish Parliament website, and has also met with the petitioners. The Minister's response to the committee, dated the 26th of February, advised that officials are working to understand what improvements can be identified. That includes reviewing current whistleblowing processes and engaging with ongoing reviews, including the Scottish Child Abuse Inquiry and the review of GTCS's fitness to teach procedures.
Colin Smyth.
Deputy First Minister for that answer, but petitioners have rightly highlighted the huge power imbalance that exists between often the lone victim or whistleblower who seeks to highlight serious child safeguarding failures and the public bodies. Those making the complaints often face, I suppose, huge obstacles, not least because of public bodies' lack of openness and transparency, and often the unlimited legal and financial resources they have to defend themselves against allegations. So does the Deputy First Minister not recognise that what the Scottish Government so far proposed is not going to address this huge power imbalance and simply enable public bodies and institutions to continue to mark their own homework? Does she not accept that argument for victims who are arguing for that independent whistleblower to support
Deputy
those who bravely bring forward their complaints?
Well, I thank the member for that point and very much recognise his primary concern being the eradication of child abuse and the strong accountability of perpetrators. And I will take his comments back to the Minister for Children and Young People and make sure that any proposals that we are proceeding with do have the confidence of those that want a stronger system in place.
Okay, I've got a number of supplementaries. I'll try to get them all in, but they will need to be brief, as will the responses. First, Fulton McGregor.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Though the inquiry is still underway, work to improve the protection of children in Scotland should remain ongoing. Can the Cabinet Secretary provide an update on the new Child Sexual Abuse and Exploitation National Strategic Group and its work to support survivors and prevent exploitation?
First Minister.
We are working closely with partners to deliver a coordinated multi-agency response to preventing child sexual abuse and exploitation in all its forms. But in recognition of the need to go further, we've established a new strategic group to provide national leadership and further improve our shared response in Scotland to child sexual abuse and exploitation. The group last met in December and it's due to meet again in the coming weeks. And it brings together key stakeholders, including social work, police, health, education, local authority representatives, expert petitioners, charities, research and academics.
Okay. Briefly, Ros McCall.
Thank you. I note the Deputy First Minister's response, but the question relates to gaps in the Scottish Child Abuse Inquiry, and the response brings it back to that. There are allegations such as covering up patterns of behaviour among male teachers which relate to physical and sexual abuse, hiding behind GDPR regulations, social workers withholding information from records and placing children at significant risk of physical, sexual and emotional abuse, and cover-ups about mishandling child protection in schools. And that's just to name but a few.
Question.
So can I ask, what more is the Scottish Government doing to fill these gaps in the inquiry to ensure our children are safe?
Deputy First Minister.
Answer my question, the answer to Ros McCall's question in the same spirit that I answered Colin Smyth, which is to recognise the interest of members in ensuring that this is as robust as possible. It is important when it comes to the Scottish Child Abuse Inquiry that it does remain independent and that its chair, Lady Smyth, has the ability to decide how the inquiry fulfils its terms of reference, which I believe are broad. We've been clear that we'll carefully consider the findings and recommendations from the inquiry and then to move as speedily as possible to implement those recommendations.
We need to move on to question 3. Annabelle Ewing.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. To ask the Scottish Government how it is facilitating direct links with markets to promote economic development.
Minister Richard Lockhead.
A trading nation, our export strategy guides our efforts to strengthen international links and support our economic ambitions. For instance, we have 15 new trade specialists in key markets. We've doubled the Global Scot network to 1,200 people in 60 markets and grown the Trade and Investment Envoy network. Through Scottish Development International, we also provide exporting programmes, including trade missions, trade shows, exhibitions and ministerial visits. And through the International Trade Partnership with the Scottish Chamber of Commerce, we also fund trade missions for new exporters. Direct and resilient transport links are, of course, also key to effective international connectivity, and we are working continuously with partners to understand how best to service them.
Annabelle Ewing.
I thank the Minister for his answer. He will be aware of the efforts by DFDS to seek to re-establish a direct ferry route for passengers and freight between Rosyth in my constituency and Dunkirk, France's third largest port and 20 minutes from France's most significant fish market. The opportunities for Scotland's exporters and for tourism are significant, but to date, DFDS has, I understand, come up against a bit of a brick wall with Scottish Government officials. Will the Minister therefore arrange to meet with DFDS to see what, if anything, the Scottish Government can do to help unlock the huge potential for Scotland of such a direct link with the key markets of the European continent?
Minister.
I just would like to assure the member that the Scottish Government has conducted extensive discussions with the promoters of the potential Rosyth-Dunkirk ferry service, and indeed the Cabinet Secretary for Transport has met with them and also held discussions with UK Government counterparts as well. I know that the Deputy First Minister would be very happy to pick up on those discussions with DS and indeed the member if required, and the Scottish Government would welcome any expansion to current facilities at Rosyth to enable a new service to be introduced, although this would primarily be a financial and commercial decision for Forth Ports and potential operators to make.
And briefly, Murdo Fraser.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Air links are very important in terms of promoting economic development. What is the Scottish Government's current policy in relation to the devolution of air passenger duty? Is it still working towards that? And if so, and air passenger duty becomes air departure tax, what is the Government's policy about adjusting either up or down the current rates?
Minister.
Well, air links are very important, of course, for Scotland in terms of our global connections, and also internally as well. And of course, we continue to have discussions over these issues the member mentions as well. And of course, the Scottish Government, speaking as Tourism Minister, I know my transport colleagues have assistance available to help establish new links, direct links from Scotland as well, which is very important for both business and tourism also.
Question 4, Douglas Ross.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. To ask the Scottish Government what discussions the Economy Secretary has had with ministerial colleagues regarding any economic impact of delaying the full dualling of the A96 in light of the Moray and Inverness Chambers of Commerce calling for the road to be dualled in full and raising concerns that delays to delivering this are constraining economic growth in the area.
Minister Tom Arthur.
The Scottish Government fully recognises the crucial role transport infrastructure has in supporting sustainable economic growth and access to essential services. In terms of the A96, the Government's position has not changed. We remain in favour of full dualling of the A96 and we are progressing the dualling process from Inverness to Nairn, including Nairn bypass. Feedback received from the consultation on the draft outcomes of the A96 corridor review, including from Moray and Inverness Chambers of Commerce, will be key in helping inform our final decision on how best to take forward improvements to the A96.
Douglas Ross.
The Deputy First Minister herself couldn't answer this question because it was framed in such a way to elicit a response from almost the very top of government. But can I ask the Minister if he agrees with the two Chambers of Commerce who say in their letter that the lack of progress on this vital project is causing increasing frustration and economic constraint, and also the lost decade of inactivity has stifled the potential for economic growth? Does he agree with those comments from Murray and Inverness Chambers of Commerce? And can he tell us how many people have responded to the most recent consultation on the A96 corridor review, and when will we hear the Scottish Government's response to that?
Minister. Last question. The total number of responses is just over 1,400. It is now under active consideration by Transport Scotland, and the Cabinet Secretary will, of course, update the Parliament at the conclusion of that process. I would want to reassure the member, and indeed Inverness and Murray Chamber of Commerce, that I very much recognise the significant and crucial role that transport infrastructure links play in ensuring economic development. And it is something that I think we are all united in the Chamber in recognising that. And as I say to the member, I am happy to continue to engage constructively with our Chambers of Commerce on these issues, as I have been engaging with other Chambers of Commerce elsewhere in Scotland on the transport infrastructure issue. And I can assure the member that, and the Chambers of Commerce, that this has the full attention of the Government.
And brief supplementary, Fergus Ewing.
Given the serial breaches to dual the A96 by 2:30, and the fact that the A96 connects Aberdeen, the capital of European capital of renewable energy, with the Highlands, the powerhouse for renewable energy, the #1 priority for the Government, why should the Highlands be expected to deliver all this with a goat track connecting these two areas? And does the Minister agree with me that it is simply impossible to defend the failure of the Scottish Government to implement its policies promised in every election since 2011?
Minister.
Well, I recognise the member's tenacious campaigning on this matter for his constituents and the wider region. And as I've set out in my original answer to Mr Ross, I very much recognise the significant importance of that arterial route for the economic prosperity, not just of the North East and the Highlands, but of the whole of Scotland. As a member will be well aware, we endured 14 years of austerity and an exceptionally turbulent period, which has impacted upon the delivery of a number of infrastructure projects. But as I set out in my original answer, the Government's position has not changed. We remain in favour of full dualling of the A96, and we are progressing the dualling process from Inverness to Nairn, including the Nairn bypass.
Question 5, Sue Webber.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. To ask the Scottish Government what discussions economy ministers have had with ministerial colleagues regarding what steps it is taking to improve regulatory clarity and reduce compliance costs for self-catering accommodation businesses.
Minister Richard Lockhead. Minister Tom Arthur.
Ministers engage across government on a range of issues where sectors may be impacted by regulation. In relation to the self-catering accommodation sector, this includes engagement on a range of regulatory issues that relate to the visited economy to ensure there is clarity and appropriate guidance on implementation and compliance, including where necessary on working in partnership with local authorities and public bodies where they have a role in application and support for self-catering businesses. We have also commissioned Visit Scotland to chair an expert guidance group, bringing together expertise from across the industry and local authorities to provide recommendations on clarifying the short-term let guidance to operators and licensing authorities. Visit Scotland will present their recommendations on this in March.
Sue Webber.
I thank the Minister for that response. However, Presiding Officer, we are at risk of losing the valuable, productive economic sector of self-catering accommodation businesses. These small local businesses are under attack, forced out with demands for planning applications from local authorities, most notably here in the City of Edinburgh. Shockingly, this is despite judicial rulings saying these permissions are not mandatory for self-catering operators who were in business before September 2022. These practices contradict judicial rulings and appear arbitrary and inconsistent between local authorities. Lord Braid has rightly described them as oppressive and disproportionate.
What immediate steps, Minister, will the Scottish Government take to ensure that local authorities abide by the law and end the unjust imposition of planning requirements on self-catering operators courts have already ruled lawful?
As a member will appreciate, local authorities are autonomous bodies, and as such, like any other public bodies, they have to uphold and comply with the law. With regard to what the Scottish Government has undertaken, as I said earlier, we have commissioned Visit Scotland to chair that expert guidance group, which is bringing expertise together from across the industry, and we're anticipating that Visit Scotland will present these recommendations this month.
Question 6, Ben Macpherson.
Ask the Scottish Government how it is supporting Edinburgh's economy.
Deputy First Minister.
Growing the economies of our cities and regions is a priority for the Government, and we are investing significant time, effort and funding in this area. In addition to the £300 million investment in the Edinburgh and South East Scotland City Region deal, which is supporting infrastructure and innovation to drive growth, and the range of benefits being delivered through the Fourth Green Freeport, we've also invested nearly £70 million in regeneration projects across Edinburgh, all aimed at creating jobs and supporting individuals, businesses and communities.
Ben Macpherson.
As the Cabinet Secretary has stated, there is much being invested in Edinburgh and the Edinburgh economy is thriving. And that is driving significant population growth, which creates additional pressures on services and housing demand. COSLA's distribution formula determines the allocation City of Edinburgh Council gets for its budget. But how is the Scottish Government providing separate funding streams to meet Edinburgh's growing needs, like the investment in Granton, which the First Minister announced today in my constituency? And what more can the Scottish Government do to support this growth and the pressures that it puts on our population?
Deputy First Minister.
The member is absolutely right to draw a distinction between the standard general revenue grant that local authorities receive and the extra and additional funding that is invested in particular areas of Scotland. Ben Macpherson mentioned Granton. I believe that the First Minister visited Granton this very day to hear about Edinburgh Council's ambitious programme of investment for the area. And we have also been boosting the city's budget with a further £16.8 million to over £51 million to support affordable housing. That totals £160 million in the last 3 financial years. We are accepting bids to several funds to support the first phase of the Granton investment programme, including the Housing Infrastructure Fund.
Question 7, Faisal Chowdhury.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. To ask the Scottish Government what resources it has allocated to projects in the Edinburgh and South East Scotland City Region deal, including transport projects.
Minister Tom Arthur.
The Scottish Government has committed £300 million to the Edinburgh and South East Scotland City Region deal. The projects that will be supported were selected by deal partners and include £120 million for improvements at the Sheriff Hall roundabout, £20 million for public transport improvements in West Edinburgh, £65 million for housing, £60 million for innovation and infrastructure to drive business growth, £10 million for the Dinard Centre, which will create a world-class music venue at the heart of Edinburgh, and £25 million to develop the skills base needed by employers.
Faisal Chowdhury.
Thank you for that answer. One of the key interventions to drive inclusive growth in the City Region deal is improving connectivity. A train station from Winchborough in West Lothian could unlock millions in decongestion benefits and strengthen the millions already invested in the area by developers. Council have planned on applying for funding from the City Region deal. Does the Minister agree that these are exactly the type of projects that should be funded?
Minister.
Well, I appreciate the points that the member's raising, but he'll be appreciate that a proposed Winchborough railway station is not something that is deal funded. And as I set out in my original answer, the funding through the deal is now fully committed. But of course, happy to have further discussions and engagement with the member more widely.
Thank you. A brief supplementary. Colin Beattie.
The Edinburgh and South East Scotland deal includes the highly successful data-driven innovation programme. Edinburgh has long been a leading AI and robotics zone in the UK. It's therefore highly disappointing when the UK Government announced Oxford as the UK's first AI growth zone and reneged on the commitment to Edinburgh as the home of the UK's first and world's third exascale supercomputer. Does the Deputy First Minister share my concerns that the Labour Government is bypassing long-standing economic investment opportunities in Scotland?
Minister.
As noted by my colleague, the Minister for Business, the Scottish Government is deeply concerned to learn that much-needed UK Government investment, which could cite the exascale supercomputer at Edinburgh University, is now in doubt. I share the member's concerns on this issue, given Edinburgh University play a central role in the UK's data science innovation sector. Both the Minister for Business and I are collectively and actively engaging on this, and the Deputy First Minister has written to the Secretary of State for Science, Innovation and Technology to make the point that Scotland is well placed to play a leading role in hosting AI growth zones and vital AI infrastructure, and that the exascale should be looked at again as part of the spending review. We are currently awaiting a response.
Thank you. Question 8, Fulton McGregor.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. To ask the Scottish Government how it plans to further support Gaelic at a local level in light of the announcement of North Lanarkshire's first ever local mod, which will take place this September.
Deputy First Minister.
Let me first offer my congratulations to North Lanarkshire Council and to Common Gaelic for working together to establish a local mod in North Lanarkshire. Excellent news, and builds on and adds to the many Gaelic activities already available in the council area, and obviously provides opportunities for young people to use the language, strengthen their Gaelic skills, but perhaps even more than that, strengthen their musical skills and a range of cultural skills. There are a range of measures in place which do support Gaelic at a local level. Local authority support for Gaelic medium education, the work of Gaelic bodies such as Petition and Gael, in Common Gaelic, Common and Parent, and the work of Gaelic development officers. And all that work will be strengthened by the provisions in the Scottish Languages Bill.
Fulton McGregor.
I thank the Cabinet Secretary for that answer. I too welcome the announcement of the mod, which will help foster and develop the Gaelic language in an area such as mine, which traditionally wouldn't have been considered a Gaelic-speaking heartland, certainly that is compared to the Cabinet Secretary's constituency. From a strictly social perspective, promoting other languages helps preserve our heritage, engage with communities and improves our cultural awareness. So can I ask how the Scottish Government can work with councils to ensure Gaelic initiatives receive sustained support at the local level, especially in areas out with stronger Gaelic-speaking regions? And how does it intend to build on events like the North Lanarkshire mod to create a lasting legacy for Gaelic in the region?
As briefly as possible, Deputy First Minister.
I think that the member is absolutely right to highlight those points, and we do support and work with councils to ensure that Gaelic initiatives receive sustained support. And it's worth just making the point that this isn't only about, let's say, Gaelic-speaking families. I think that the Scottish traditional music scene would be far, far poorer without local mods and without Petition and Gael, and commend both of those organisations and look forward to continued support for the efforts in North Lanarkshire.
Thank you. That concludes portfolio questions on Deputy First Minister responsibilities. There will be a brief pause before we move to the next portfolio to allow front benches to change. Okay, the next portfolio is Finance and Local Government. I would remind members that questions 2 and 4 have been grouped. I'll be taking any supplementaries on those after the substantive questions have been answered. Anybody looking to ask a supplementary should press the request to speak buttons during the relevant questions. Again, there's a lot of interest in supplementaries, so brevity will be required in both questions and responses. Call question number 1, Tim Eagle.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. To ask the Scottish Government how it monitors the way in which local authorities engage with stakeholders regarding the implementation of the Visitor Levy Scotland Act 2024.
Minister Ivan McKee.
Councils that introduce a visitor levy are required to establish a visitor levy forum. Membership is drawn from local businesses and provides views on the scheme. Scottish Government officials continue to liaise with Visit Scotland, considering how best to build on the work of the expert working group, and the Scottish Government will conduct a full review of the operation of the Visitor Levy Act within 3 years of the introduction of the first scheme.
Tim Eagle.
A month after asking the Minister another question on the visitor levy, my inbox remains full of emails from worried constituents about the disaster that is the visitor levy. As more details have come out, businesses have highlighted with local authorities and myself that the proposed spreadsheet to collect data is a massive overreach of power and hugely burdensome to businesses. With the pressures of falling into a VAT trap, businesses having extra costs to administer the scheme and other issues, will the Scottish Government work with authorities to review what data actually needs to be collected, or better, finally pause the rollout of this scheme?
Minister.
Well, I can commit that we will continue to work with local authorities and indeed with businesses and business organisations to ensure that we make the process as streamlined as possible, and to work with those organisations to understand how to make the scheme deliver on its intention, but leveraging as little an administrative and other impact on businesses as possible.
Thank you. Question 2, Jackie Dunbar.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. To ask the Scottish Government how it is supporting Aberdeen City Council to manage the impact of the UK Government's increase to employer national insurance contributions.
Cabinet Secretary Shona Robertson.
We have sought to protect all local authorities from the impact of the UK Government's increase to employers' national insurance contributions by providing record funding through the local government settlement. In 2025-26, Aberdeen City Council will receive £505.1 million to fund local services and an additional 8% compared to the 2024-25 budget. A further £5.4 million to specifically contribute to the cost of meeting the increased costs of the UK Government's changes to employers' national insurance contributions was confirmed at stage 1 of the budget bill.
Jackie Dunbar.
Thank you, Cabinet Secretary. Scotland's councils are being left to make difficult decisions about whether to increase council tax bills or cut back on services due to Labour's reckless decision to increase employer national insurance contributions and not cover the cost. I'm aware that Aberdeen City Council are setting their budget today, and most, if not all, of that proposed increase will be used to pay for this. Does the Cabinet Secretary agree with me that the Labour UK Government must stop twiddling their thumbs and agree to fund this additional public sector costs in full? And will she join me in calling on all Scottish Labour MSPs with the SNP to put pressure on their Westminster colleagues to reverse this ill-thought-through decision?
Cabinet Secretary.
Well, first of all, can I say to Jackie Dunbar that the Scottish Government will absolutely continue to press the UK Government to fully fund the increase from employers' national insurance contributions. It's not just Scotland that's affected. All of the devolved administrations have a gap in the funding between what is being provided from Treasury through Barnett and what the actual cost is. And I certainly would welcome support from across the Parliament in this respect, as Jackie Dunbar has suggested. I don't believe Scotland should be penalised for investing in public services, and therefore the UK Government must fully fund the actual cost of the increase for the public sector here in Scotland, which of course is an issue we will continue to press the Treasury for.
Question 4, Claire Hawkey.
To ask the Scottish Government, in light of the UK Government increasing employer national insurance contributions, how it is supporting local authority finances.
Cabinet Secretary.
Well, the Scottish Government will continue to support local authority finances, and we will continue to make the case jointly with COSLA and Civic Scotland that His Majesty's Treasury must fully fund the actual costs for the changes to employers' national insurance contributions on Scotland's public sector. In the interim, we have provided over £15 billion of funding through the local government settlement, as well as committing £144 million to specifically contribute to the increased cost of employers' national insurance contributions.
Claire Hawkey.
South Lanarkshire Council have estimated that the UK Government's changes in employer national insurance contributions will cost the Council around £15 million a year. In order to close this funding gap, the Labour administration at the Council unveiled a 6.5% council tax increase, which is set to raise the local authority £9.5 million. Does the Cabinet Secretary agree with me that the Scottish Government's record funding to South Lanarkshire Council would have allowed the local authority to properly invest in our communities, but instead this has been curtailed due to Labour's national insurance tax rise?
Cabinet Secretary.
Well, let me agree with Claire Hawkey that the cost of the UK Government's employer national insurance contribution shortfall of funding is an opportunity gap for Scotland's public services. With our partners in COSLA, we've repeatedly raised concerns with the UK Treasury about the impact on public services if this reserved tax increase is not fully funded. As I already confirmed to Jackie Dunbar, I think it's incumbent on all members of this place to protect public services in Scotland by calling on the Chancellor to fully fund the impact on public services, not just here in Scotland, but across the other devolved administrations.
A couple of brief supplementaries. They will need to be brief. First, Finlay Carson.
No.
That's very brief. I'll call Alexander Stewart.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Labour's increase in employers' national insurance contribution is not only damaging to private and public sector, but also a shameful and direct violation of an explicit manifesto promise. The SNP government have tried to tout their budget this year as some sort of salvation for councils. It is not. The high council tax increases we are seeing councils having to resort to proves this. So, Cabinet Secretary, are you at least willing to acknowledge the reality that the financial position Scotland's councils have been put in for 25-26 is extremely challenging?
I will not be recognising anything. Through the Chair, Mr Stewart, Cabinet Secretary.
Well, can I say to Alexander Stewart two things. Firstly, that we have provided a record level of funding for local government, £15 billion, something that has been recognised by COSLA, which is, of course, a cross-party organisation. Secondly, we have, of course, given as much funding for the employers' national insurance contribution as we are able to, given the funding that we are likely to receive from the Treasury. But finally, if we had listened to Alexander Stewart, we would have £1 billion of unfunded tax cuts to the budget, which would have meant less money to local government, not more money, less money to local government. The Tories have no credibility on this issue.
Question 3, Michael Mara.
The Scottish Government what its response is to the IFS's assessment in its Scottish Budget 2025-26 report that it is particularly important that the front-loaded increases in investment and public service spending planned are undertaken effectively.
Minister.
Following last week's approval of the Scottish Budget for 2025-26, this Government will continue to ensure delivery across our collective priorities, including to tackle child poverty, support public services and promote economic growth.
Michael Mara.
I thank the Minister for that answer. There has, of course, this year been an uplift in capital from the UK Labour Government of £610 million to the budget. But we have to ask whether this Government is capable or competent enough to actually spend it effectively. For starters, it's been hard to do any of that when the Government hasn't even published a capital spending plan for nearly 2 years. It was promised in December 23, March 24, May 24, December 24. Now, in March 25, there's still no sign of it, with the Government seemingly kicking it into the long grass of autumn 2025. So, Presiding Officer, can the Minister tell us on what date will this long-awaited and vital document actually be published?
Minister.
Well, I think the members had indicated that document will be published later in the autumn of this year. But, of course, it's important that we recognise that this will follow on from the UK spending review, which is hugely important information for us to gather. And Michael Marr asks us about the quotes from the IFS report, but preceding the quote that he used is the words "in this context." And what does the report say about that context? It talks about a planned slowdown in increases in UK government spending. It talks about the outlook will become much clearer after the UK's government's multi-year spending review on the 11th of June. And it also goes on to say it seems highly likely that overall funding increases will be smaller for at least several years from 2026 to 27 onwards. So we've got a Labour MSP asking the Scottish Government how we are going to manage in an environment where there's a planned slowdown in increases in funding to the Scottish Government from the UK Labour Government. So I think if he wants to make an impact, a serious impact here, he's going to put pressure on his colleagues in Westminster to not slow down increases in funding to the Scottish Government from the years from 2026-27 onwards.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank
you.
you.
A couple of supplementaries. First from Kenneth Gibson.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. A sudden jump in capital resource without an increase in capacity is likely to feed construction inflation. However, the Scottish Fiscal Commission made clear that in real terms our capital allocation will then flatline and by 2029-30 will be lower than in 2022-23. Does the Minister agree that to deliver long-term investment and sustainable growth in infrastructure in the economy, available capital must grow consistently in real terms each year? And will he continue to make that case to the UK Government?
Minister. Of course I agree, and that just reinforces the point I was making earlier. After years of underinvestment by the UK Government, our capital funding must grow in real terms in order to deliver long-term investment and sustainable growth in infrastructure and the economy. My colleague, the Cabinet Secretary for Finance, has called on the UK Government a number of times to increase investment in infrastructure, and will continue to do so to make the case to ensure we have the capital budget available to deliver on our priorities for the people of Scotland.
Briefly, Craig Hoy.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. The IFS's Scottish Budget Report states that the Scottish Government should be more transparent about what it intends for year-on-year changes in spending by consistently comparing plans for the coming year with the latest plans for the current year. Even now, we see that there's £350 million in money sitting unallocated for this year, with no real clarity about where it will ultimately be spent. Now, I accept the Government must keep money back for certain circumstances, but doesn't this Government's smoke and mirrors around its budget and portfolio allocations raise suspicion that the SNP moves money around in order to give a false and misleading headline-grabbing impression of where resources are going and how much is being spent? And as we look forward to the medium-term fiscal strategy, will this Government commit to greater transparency on how it uses what is, after all, taxpayers' money?
First of all, the transparency of the information we published to FPAC and publicly has been increasing and continues to increase. There's no shortage of information out there. And the point that Craig Hoy makes about moving money around, of course we move money to make sure, first of all, that we balance our budget, and secondly, that we focus on what the priorities are as we move towards the year end. Anyway, the answer, I answered the question himself. He recognises that £350 million there is there to address issues that, of course, will come up as we move towards the year-end, around the year-end audit adjustments, around changes in demand-driven budget lines, around uncertainty around about the final tax position, around other uncertainties in terms of income to the Scottish Government. And he recognises himself, and I think the question he poses to me, that it's important that we do have that fund there in order to be able to address those issues in a controlled and prudent way, and to ensure that this Government continues to balance its budget.
Thank you. Question 5, Liz Smyth.
Ask the Scottish Government what its response is to the reported comment by the Scottish Information Commissioner that Scotland's non-departmental public bodies, also known as quangos, are costing £6.6 billion a year.
Minister.
I don't recognise the £6.6 billion costs that are referred to, but so members should know data supplied by public bodies for 22-23 that were published at the end of last year indicates the total resource expenditure by public bodies was over £23 billion to deliver a huge range of services, including in health, education, justice and elsewhere. Of this, public bodies spent almost £1.3 billion on running their corporate functions. Another £2.3 billion was spent by those corporate functions. Public bodies passed through funding of over £7.6 billion to other organisations, including third sector and public sector organisations, and an additional £800 million was spent on the Scottish Government's own operating costs. It's our intention to continue to collect this data on an ongoing basis to enable identification of further opportunities for more cost reductions through the removal of duplication and increased efficiency in service delivery.
Liz Smyth.
Can I thank the Minister for that, but nonetheless the very serious concerns that have been issued by the Information Commissioner, and whatever the total is, and I'll have to say that I think it's strange that the Scottish Government's questioning what the Information Commissioner has said. Will the Minister make an absolute commitment, in light of what the Finance Committee's concerns are, to ensure that the number of quangos in Scotland is reduced and that we get some greater transparency and scrutiny about how that will happen?
Minister. I think the member, first of all, the number of quangos, as she calls them, has been reduced, and we published data that shows that that's come down from 199 when we took over to 131 at the moment, so it has been a significant reduction there. But the important point is the data, and I'm frankly disappointed that the member hasn't gone and looked up the extensive quantity of data that we published on precisely this point, down to a very high level of granularity just at the end of last year, because we are absolutely committed to being transparent about that data, to understanding where there are opportunities to drive further cost savings across public bodies' running costs, on top of the £280 million that we've already delivered over this year and last year, and the £300 million we're going to deliver over the next 2 years.
Briefly, Fergus Ewing.
Wangos and other public bodies have had access to the £200 million Heat and Buildings Decarbonisation Fund. One successful application was a public body headquartered at 25 Chambers Street, Edinburgh, valued before the works at £4.75 million. The works cost £11.3 million and the grant was £9.1 million. That's the headquarters of no less than the Crown Office. Hasn't the Crown Office committed a major offence against the public purse?
Minister.
I thank the member for the question. As the member knows, we are hugely committed to identifying and ensuring that any use of public funding that is excessive is addressed. He knows fine well that the example he cites there and other examples have been cited we are very focused, as I said, on making sure that where we do invest any money of that sort going forward is done taking into account the value of the premises that investment is made in, to make sure that public funds are applied most effectively and efficiently.
And question 6, Alex Cole-Hamilton.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. To ask the Scottish Government, as part of the cross-government coordination of infrastructure, what discussions the Finance Secretary has had with ministerial colleagues regarding what consideration is given to national security in its infrastructure policy.
Cabinet Secretary.
While national security is a reserved responsibility of the UK Government, there are devolved powers relevant to national security. Critical national infrastructure are the facilities, systems, sites, information, people, returns and processes deemed necessary for a country to function. There are currently 13 official designated critical national infrastructure sectors where responsibility is split between devolved administrations and the UK Government. National security concerns are brought forward and given appropriate prominence in budget negotiations and infrastructure prioritisation.
Alex Cole-Hamilton.
Very grateful for that reply. The European Union is currently investigating Chinese renewable energy manufacturers on the grounds of interference by the Chinese Communist Party. Norway has rejected their involvement in Norwegian offshore wind projects. But the Scottish Government, through its Wind Energy Council, has ignored this and listed Mingyang Smart Energy Group as a priority bidder for infrastructure in our North Sea wind farms. Scotland is already worryingly dependent on Chinese money, particularly in our universities. We need to be very careful about its involvement in renewable energy. So can I ask the Cabinet Secretary, what thought has the Scottish Government given to the risks of inviting Chinese companies into the heart of Scotland's energy infrastructure?
Cabinet Secretary.
Well, let me say from a broad response to Alex Cole-Hamilton that I recognise the issue that he is raising, and we should all be very vigilant and cognizant of the points that he is making. In relation to the offshore wind infrastructure projects, I think what I would probably prefer to do is to make sure that Alex Cole-Hamilton gets a written response specifically addressing the points that he's making. It sits slightly out with my direct ministerial responsibility. I want to make sure he gets an accurate response, so I'll make sure that he gets that in writing.
Thank you. Question 7, Marie McNair.
To ask the Scottish Government how it is supporting local authorities such as West and East Dunbartonshire councils that have to make PFI and PPP repayments.
Cabinet Secretary.
The Scottish Government provides funding in support to local authorities for payments relating to their PFI and PPP contracts by way of the annual local government settlement.
Marie McNair.
I thank the Cabinet Secretary for that answer. In my constituency, the equivalent of 37.9% of council tax in East Dunbartonshire and 41.2% of council tax in West Dunbartonshire goes on PPP repayments. That is a shocking amount. Labour's financial mismanagement has clearly had severe consequences, and these wasteful deals are being paid back by the council taxpayer. Does the Cabinet Secretary agree with me that this highlights why the Labour Party can't be trusted to manage Scotland's finances?
Cabinet Secretary.
Well, can I agree with Marie McNair? This Government has always made clear that the PFI approach used previously by Labour has not delivered best value for the taxpayer, and that's why we brought it to an end and introduced more affordable schemes to reduce the drain on the public purse and to stop the excessive profits. We are, of course, however, unfortunately still paying for the legacy of those mistakes and will be for many years. And I think it's a timely reminder of the incompetence of Labour in government on these matters.
Question 8, Finlay Carson.
To ask the Scottish Government how the total funding that is provided for local government has changed over the last decade in real terms and as a proportion of total spending.
Cabinet Secretary.
Well, first of all, given the changes in the Scottish Government's devolved powers over the last decade, we need to be cognisant of the fact it's not possible to apply direct like-for-like comparisons in Scottish Government funding levels, notably due to the devolution of around £5.6 billion for the administration of social security benefits. However, what I can say is that the local government finance settlement has increased by 41% since 2015-16. That's a real terms increase of 2.4%.
Finlay Carson.
Thank the Cabinet Secretary for that response. Presiding Officer, can it be easy to focus on just short-term developments as the cause of issues Scotland faces instead of looking at the full picture? But we must look at the full picture because we need to know, beg your pardon, we need to know why council are struggling to provide key local services as we can see they are. Despite the shameful spin from Shona Robison, the real picture of the last decade shows how, under the SNP, real terms funding for local councils in the form of general revenue grant has stagnated, not increasing by even 1% despite the size of the Scottish Government's budget increasing by nearly 20%. Yet local authorities like Dumfries and Galloway are still having to grapple with rising staff costs, inflation and service pressures such as children residential placements, all of which has resulted in 9% increase in council tax. Can the Cabinet Secretary explain why this Government has consistently decided to make local government funding one of its lowest priorities?
Cabinet Secretary.
Well, we haven't, and of course the Accounts Commission has confirmed that over the last 3 years there's been a real terms increase in local government funding. As I gave in my first answer, the local government settlement over the last 10 years has increased by 41%. That's a real terms increase of 2.4%. Those are the facts. The other fact is that if we'd listened to Finlay Carson and had unfunded tax cuts of £1 billion, local government would be getting less money, not more money to fund local services, and that is the reality of the situation.
Mr Hoy, I called you for a question earlier. I've now heard at least 3 interventions since then. Please be quiet. I got a brief supplementary. Fulton McGregor.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I welcome the record level of funding for local authorities in this year's budget, which passed last week with cross-party support. Can the Minister outline how this will support local authorities across Scotland to increase and improve services for their communities, in contrast to the 30 councils in England in dire need of a total of £1.5 billion of emergency funding for 25-26, just to keep them afloat?
Briefly, Cabinet Secretary.
Well, and of course that £1.5 billion of emergency funding is the Tory legacy on local government funding. The local government finance settlement provides local authorities with an additional £1.1 billion of funding, a real terms increase of 5.5%, along with full discretion over council tax. And of course we will continue to work in partnership with COSLA and local authorities to make sure local authority finances are sustainable and communities across Scotland continue to receive the high quality frontline services they expect and deserve.
Thank you. That concludes portfolio questions. There will be a brief pause before we move to the next item of business to allow front benches to change.
Thank you. Could I ask those members who are leaving the chamber to please now do so quickly and quietly as we're moving on to the next item of business. And could I say to members not to stand in the aisle, please, chatting? Thank you. So the next item of business is a debate on motion 16667 in the name of Kate Forbes on achieving a fair balance in the UK's economy. I would invite those members who would wish to speak in the debate to please press the request to speak buttons, and I call on Minister Richard Lochhead to speak to and to move the motion. Up to 13 minutes, please.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. We are discussing the future of Scotland's economy today against a backdrop of international uncertainty. Indeed, right now it can feel like the world is walking backwards rather than striding confidently forward into better times. However, it is therefore more important than ever that we focus on how to improve the quality of life of the people of Scotland and make the most of the significant economic opportunities that Scotland enjoys, and indeed how we can contribute through realising those opportunities to the rest of the world as well. I want to begin today by affirming and celebrating Scotland's huge economic potential. Scotland consistently ranks as a top investment destination outside of London and South East in the UK. We are world-leading in the development and deployment of renewables and green technology. We have some of the world's best universities, a world-class food and drink sector, a highly educated population and a diverse and open economy. Despite the challenges of 15 years of austerity from Westminster and of recovering from the economic impacts of Brexit and COVID, the Scottish economy is well placed to take advantage of the huge economic opportunities that come from the transition to net zero and the revolution in critical technologies as well. But realising the opportunities that lie ahead will require dynamic partnership between government, business and academia, and require government at every level to work towards common goals. We are at a moment of inflection for Scotland's economy, I believe. Get things right in the next few years and the prize for the people of Scotland and our country will be huge. More well-paid jobs, greater prosperity and greater tax revenues for our public services. We have opportunities to grab first-mover advantage in a number of areas and to solidify our progress in others, such as renewables or semiconductors or advanced manufacturing. But we're not the only country seeking to do this, and we need to ensure that these opportunities are not missed. Part of our strength in our diverse economy spread across all of our regions, and that is a key strength of our diverse economy, and we can take many examples of that. In 2021, Glasgow City Region produced approximately £48 billion of GVA, making it the largest city region economy in Scotland and the fourth largest in the UK overall. Edinburgh and South East Scotland is equally remarkable, producing 30% of Scotland's total economic output and ranking top out with London for investment and attractiveness in the UK. Aberdeen City and Shire's work with Opportunity North East is a model of how the private sector can partner in regional structures. And, of course, I'm not just talking about city regions. In October, the South of Scotland region was designated as Scotland's Natural Capital Innovation Zone, recognising that they are ideally positioned to address the twin crisis of biodiversity loss and climate change through innovation and responsible investment. The Highlands and Islands Regional Economic...
Crick-Hoy.
The Minister for giving way and making reference to the south of Scotland and particularly the south-west of Scotland. Isn't he aware that what businesses such as Stena Sea Link really want are roads that are fit for purpose in order to be able to move those vital commodities around our country?
Minister?
Roads, of course, are important, and all transport links are important as well. And the Scottish Government is doing all we can within our limited resources to push forward that agenda. It's a pity inflation has rocketed of all the materials to build roads with, thanks to the Conservative Party's budget a few years ago that caused inflation to rocket and the cost of everything to go through the roof, making it a lot challenging for both UK Government, Scottish Government and many other governments to deal with these issues. I should also talk about the Highlands and Islands Regional Economic Partnership, which includes 51% of Scotland's landmass, 99% of Scotland's community-owned land, more than 22,000 registered businesses and more than 1,200 social enterprises as well. And they have also undertaken work which points to tens of billions of potential investment that could come to the region in the years to 2040. Both Scottish and UK governments should be engaging and supporting them on this. Across our regions, Scotland also has huge opportunities in offshore wind, carbon capture, energy storage, hydrogen and decarbonisation of heat and transport. We also have a rapidly growing space technology sector, which is expected to be worth £4 billion by 2040. Digital technology is Scotland's fastest growing sector for inward investment, with excellent opportunities across cyber security, data, fintech, games, global business services and so many others. And as of 2021, we had over 10,000 registered businesses in the technology sector and 15,000 new graduates every year in digital technology fields from Scotland's universities. And according to the investment firm Buhurst, in 2021 there was a record £454 million of equity fundraising announced in Scotland's tech sector. Scotland also is one of the largest life sciences clusters in Europe, with around 770 life sciences organisations employing over 42,500 people. So we are committed to doing everything we can to support opportunities in these sectors, and of course we need the UK Government to match that as well. We welcome constructive partnerships working with the UK Government, and it's fair to say the current UK Government is more constructive than the previous Tory Government, but I think we have to be honest and say that was a very low bar. However, green free ports, a UK Government policy which was tailored and amended to fit the Scottish context, with their addition of Fair Work commitments, for example, is a positive example where even then we were able to work together on some issues. The Inverness and Cromarty Firth Green Freeport in turn will focus on the green industrial transition and has already seen a commitment of £350 million for Sumitomo for a subsea cable factory. In fact, the Green Freeport has ambitions to attract £6.5 billion of investment, resulting in over 11,000 jobs for the Highlands. And our Green Freeport in the Firth of Forth also has huge economic ambitions, looking to bring in £7.9 billion in investment and support over 34,000 jobs across the UK. The Forth Green Freeport also has a footprint in Grangemouth, of course, which is rightly the focus of a great deal of attention at the moment. And the First Minister recently announced a further £25 million of Scottish Government support for the just transition of the site, taking our total investment to £87 million. And we welcome the Prime Minister's announcement of the availability of investment from the UK's National Wealth Fund, and we hope to hear more details of how that investment will be taken forward and support the cluster in due course. I must also repeat the call from the First Minister on carbon capture and storage at Grangemouth, as well as the UK Government recently announced support for the projects in Teesside and Merseyside. No green light has been offered for the project involving Grangemouth, despite promises from previous UK governments. Another positive example of collaboration working with the UK Government was through the city and regional growth deals. We currently have 12 growth deals in Scotland, with the Scottish Government total investment amounting to more than £1.9 billion, more than matching the UK Government's contribution of £1.5 billion. We are also working with the UK Government to deliver 2 investment zones in Scotland, in Glasgow region and the North East, which will be supported by up to £320 million of investment. So the prospects in Scotland are significant, and we are ready and willing to work with the UK Government to capitalise on the opportunities ahead of us. And where there's UK-wide schemes, we will work on delivering the Scottish end of those schemes as well. And I've given some examples of where that's happened with the previous UK Government and the current one to some degree as well. However, the crux of this debate really is about recent signals from UK ministers which are causing concern in business groups and elsewhere, that the lion's share of investment and resources will disproportionately continue to be unfairly focused on London and the south east of England, or the so-called Golden Triangle of Oxford, Cambridge and London. This is despite the fact that recent data shows that Scotland outperformed the UK in terms of economic growth last year. If we want to see greater investment into Scotland, we need our colleagues in Westminster to recognise the very significant opportunities that we have to offer here in Scotland. In January, the Chancellor of the Exchequer unveiled plans to deliver the Oxford-Cambridge Growth Corridor, stating the region was the home of British innovation. Well, as you can imagine, Deputy Presiding Officer, Scotland's reaction to that claim wasn't particularly positive. Our innovations in Scotland have shaped and advanced the world consistently, continually and remarkably. But even more importantly, we're home to the innovations that will shape the world of tomorrow. Then we recently had the Prime Minister's speech on the AI Opportunities Action Plan delivered at University College London, where he spoke about opportunities in Oxfordshire, Liverpool and Northumberland. In fact, he name-checked all 4 corners of England, but made no mention of Scotland, when he was delivering a high-profile, much-anticipated speech on the UK's AI Action Plan for the whole of the UK. Yep.
Mike Mara.
I wonder if he listened to the speech that the Prime Minister made in Glasgow just last weekend, when he announced £200 million of investment in Scotland, just a few days ago.
Minister.
I did, and I've already mentioned that in my speech, and welcomed it. And of course, that was after a bit of a backlash from indeed the local member, Labour Party member for Grangemouth as well. So hopefully we'll see the details of that investment sooner rather than later, because it's so important. But in terms of the AI announcement from the Prime Minister, which didn't mention Scotland, and the Labour members are shaking their heads, just for the record, That was despite the fact that 7 of our universities in Scotland have AI courses, with Edinburgh being a major hub for data and AI jobs in the UK and consistently ranked amongst Europe's leading cities for data and AI capabilities. In fact, last year's Nobel Prize in Physics went to an alumni of the University of Edinburgh for outstanding work on machine learning. You don't need a quantum computer to see that the PM missed something quite important there and should have, of course, perhaps mentioned Scotland and AI. And the Prime Minister pledged to increase the UK's computer capacity 20-fold by 2030, including building a new supercomputer, just months after the new UK government pulled back on plans to build a high-tech exascale supercomputer in Edinburgh. So, ignoring Scotland's leadership in AI and data in a speech about AI policy, claiming Oxford and Cambridge as the home of British innovation, saying the UK's new Silicon Valley should be in the so-called Golden Triangle and making that area the flagship of UK economic growth, these are all important insights into the UK government's mindset and priorities. We have to see more high-profile promotion of Scotland's innovation strengths from the UK government. We don't want Scotland to continually be an afterthought. The UK Government needs to work with us to drive investment into innovation in Scotland, not give disproportionate focus all the time to the South East. We have to look at how Scotch whisky, for instance, has also been treated. The decision to further increase duty on Scotch whisky is a broken promise from a Prime Minister who publicly committed to back Scotch producers to the hilt. Now, on top of that tax rise, of course, we heard last week that the UK Government was considering at the time allowing English whisky makers to use the term single malt, devaluing the products produced in Scotland. But of course now we've had an announcement that's not going to be happening, and we're pleased that the Labour Government has now dropped their plans for this after a big backlash from the Scotch whisky industry and of course pressure from the Scottish Government and many others as well. We need the UK Government to genuinely back, not undermine our successful industries. The UK Government's recent Green Paper, Invest 2035, stated that the primary objective of the UK industrial strategy is to drive growth by taking advantage of the UK's unique strengths and untapped potential, enabling the UK's world-leading sectors to adapt and grow, and seizing opportunities to lead new sectors with high-quality, well-paid jobs. We, of course, welcome that. And we've got no doubt the UK Government is serious about that and its intention to translate that ambition into real and sustainable economic growth. But in order for that to happen, their ambition needs to be matched by commitment to collaboration and cooperation. They must develop their industrial strategy and determine their investments to deliver it. And in doing that, they must recognise Scotland's regional strengths and the catalytic opportunities that exist here in this country as well. They have to recognise the world-leading reputation of our universities in growth sectors such as advanced manufacturing, AI and life sciences. Again, the Labour members are laughing and shaking their heads. I spoke to a senior representative in the last couple of days from Scotland's university sector, and they said their hearts sank when they heard Rachel Reeves' speech about the Silicon Valley being in the south east of England and about the growth corridor between Oxford and Cambridge as well, that being the solution to the UK's economic challenges. That's what's happening out there, and it would be really wise for the Labour members to recognise what's happening out there and how people are responding to those announcements in the innovation community, the research community, the university communities and the wider business community as well, because they're very concerned by the tone and the mindset that's been echoed by all these speeches from UK politicians at the moment. We need our unique advantages in Scotland to be recognised and promoted. The Parliament must urge our colleagues in Westminster to ensure that decisions and the mechanisms of delivery respect evolution at the same time. They must work with us to leverage the power of our enterprise agencies and the regional structures already delivering in Scotland. So I just want to offer everyone across the Chamber who shares these ambitions the opportunity to work with the Government to attract investment, drive growth and deliver sustainable economic success, and to make sure that the UK Government economic policy takes into account Scotland's massive economic opportunities as well. I move the motion.
Thank you, Minister. I now call on Murdo Fraser to speak to and to move Amendment 1667.3. Around 9 minutes, please.
Well, thank you, Presiding Officer. I think it's going to be a long afternoon, given what we've just heard. But I am pleased we're having another economy debate, the second economy debate in a week. And I hope that this trend will continue, because I like nothing more than discussing the Scottish and UK economies. And I'm going to enjoy these exchanges if we're going to have more of them. And in particular, I look forward to debating the vital role that UK Government and UK Government spending plays in supporting the Scottish economy. Now, in last week's debate, the Deputy First Minister accused me of being relentlessly negative, I think was the term that she used. Well, it sounds like today the tables are turned, Presiding Officer, because the relentless negativity is coming from the SNP front bench in terms of what the UK government has done. So I'd like to bring a little light and balance to the debate and some positivity for the benefit of the SNP front bench. Now, I should say I hold no candle for the current UK Labour government. I'll let my Labour colleagues opposite defend what the Labour government is doing. And indeed, given what I hear from the business community, their biggest concern is the introduction of the increase in employers' national insurance coming in just next month. But I'll let my Labour members refer to that point. I want to concentrate my efforts on what a Conservative government did over the previous 14 years from 2010 onwards. And I believe of course I'll give way.
Deputy First Minister.
I recognise that the member will want to set out what his government has done. Can I start by commending what his government did on announcing the supercomputer for the University of Edinburgh? Does he therefore share our negative disappointment about the decision of the subsequent government not to come true on that?
Murdo Fraser.
Yes, I would agree with the Deputy First Minister on that point, and there are a range of other issues and other projects that were being proposed by the former Conservative government, not least projects funded through the Towns Fund, affecting, for example, Dunfermline and Perth in my own region, where that funding has now been cancelled, and I think that's very, very, very regrettable. But let me talk about what the previous Conservative government did. But first of all, let's just put some of this into context, because the Barnett formula delivers, according to the Scottish Government's own Government Expenditure and Revenue Scotland figures, nearly £2,400 extra for every man, woman and child in Scotland, compared to what is spent elsewhere in the United Kingdom. And that is money that would not be available if this government got its way and separated us from the rest of the United Kingdom. And in addition, we saw a programme of direct investment in Scotland from the previous UK government. Direct investment totalling nearly £3 billion of UK government spending. We saw £1.5 billion investment in city, region and growth deals. Money coming into vital projects in Scotland, delivering key infrastructure, delivering projects, delivering innovation, delivering in the culture and tourism space. In my own region, I just mentioned two examples. The excellent new Perth Museum, drawing many more visitors than expected to the centre of Perth and helping the local city centre economy, and showcasing the history of the city and the surrounding area, and of course home to the Stone of Destiny. And if members haven't visited the museum yet, I would encourage them to do that while they're there to spend some money. And the James Hutton Institute in Invergowrie, world leading in terms of crop innovation, benefiting from growth deal investment, creating jobs and delivering world-beating science. And direct investment doesn't stop there. We've seen a further £1.4 billion in levelling up investment. We've seen the free ports that the Minister referred to. Now, of course, let's not forget, Presiding Officer, initially the Scottish Government were against the free ports, perhaps due to the influence of the anti-growth Greens who were in government at the time. Fortunately, the Deputy First Minister stepped in and good sense prevailed, and we now have the free ports, thank goodness. But that was a UK government, a UK Conservative government initiative. And then we saw the investment zones, and we've seen projects to regenerate town centres. And on top of that, we see vital local community projects being directly supported from levelling up fundings, funding for local sports clubs, funding for cultural projects, all benefiting from direct UK government investment. But I want to focus on two particular sectors this afternoon. The first is the defence sector, because the defence sector is relatively more important to the Scottish economy than it is to the UK as a whole. The defence sector employs more than 13,000 people in Scotland and accounts for £2 billion in economic turnover. That 13,000 employed in defence in Scotland is higher than the number of employees in London. The Ministry of Defence spends more per head in Scotland than the rest of the UK, an average of £380, higher than the UK average of £370. And that Ministry of Defence spend in Scotland grew 13% from 2018 to 21-22. And those jobs that are created by that defence spending tend to be highly skilled in sectors such as shipbuilding, engineering, science and technology. We saw the benefit of the spend on the 2 new UK aircraft carriers being built both on the Clyde and on the Forth, and Babcock in Rosyth in my region continues to benefit from the UK Government's shipbuilding programme. And looking at the uncertain world we now face, there will be a need recognised by the Prime Minister to increase our defence spending. Already that's been signalled. I expect we will have to go yet further. That is a tremendous opportunity for Scotland in terms of supporting our economy, developing skills, providing careers and opportunities to expand on what is already a very successful defence sector where we lead the world with some of the technology. If we look, for example, at Leonardo providing radar systems for Lockheed Martin, being sold across the world, supporting thousands of jobs here in the Scottish economy. So it should have the wholehearted support of every party in this chamber. And of course it only happens because of UK government spend. Scotland is benefiting from that spend. And if that spend is going to increase, Scotland will benefit even more from that. And it will need a positive engagement from the Scottish Government to make sure it happens. A celebration of the defence sector, which frankly too many colleagues in this chamber seem to be embarrassed about. Now, yesterday, when the First Minister was making his statement on Ukraine, he spoke positively about the opportunities for defence in Scotland. I wish that positivity was reflected on all the SNP backbenchers. Unfortunately, too many seem ashamed of our defence sector. And some of us will remember that dreadful event that took place more than a year ago in this Parliament, when we had young apprentices coming from the defence industries who were subject to abuse and being heckled as they arrived simply because of the sector in which they worked. That was a disgraceful and shocking set of scenes, being cheerleaded by a member of this Parliament from the Green Party. And frankly, Presiding Officer, that was disgraceful. And I think if we are going to see more opportunities from the defence sector, we in this Parliament have to be positive about it. Otherwise, we're not going to see young people encouraged to take up apprenticeships, which are so vital. So I hope we'll have some leadership from the SNP around this issue. We've already seen, for example, the entire Royal Navy submarine fleet relocating to the Clyde, bringing with it jobs. There will be other opportunities for Scotland too, but we have to make sure the Scottish Government is welcoming of those new jobs and that investment. And let me mention just one more sector, Presiding Officer, which is energy. We are seeing huge investment at present. We were debating this just yesterday afternoon. Huge investment in green technologies and the renewable energy sector. Very welcome, Presiding Officer, and funded by electricity bill payers right across the United Kingdom. It is the UK energy market that provides the money we need to see the huge developments, particularly in offshore wind, driving economic regeneration in the Highlands and right across other parts of Scotland. So it is UK government support underpinning the regulatory framework that makes sure that those jobs are coming and developing a new economy for the future. It's just a pity, as I highlighted last week, and indeed came up yesterday's debate as well, that the anti-nuclear stance of this SNP government means we cannot benefit from jobs in that sector in addition. And in that same vein, Presiding Officer, we need to ensure a viable future for oil and gas. Labour have already set their face against oil and gas. The SNP equivocate when it comes to Rosebank and Jackdaw, the new oil fields that are being proposed. We in the Scottish Conservatives are very clear. We need to continue with the extraction of oil and gas from the North Sea, not least to provide energy security and reduce our reliance on imports. And we should have a UK government that is supportive of that approach. So, Presiding Officer, in conclusion, I would say there is much to celebrate in terms of the record of the previous UK government in investing directly in the Scottish economy, and there are great opportunities for the future. Great opportunities in energy, great opportunities in defence. We should be seizing these opportunities for Scotland and not carping from the sidelines. These are the points made in my amendment, Presiding Officer, which I am very pleased to move. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Fraser. I now call on Michael Mara to speak to and move Amendment 1667.1. Around 7 minutes, please.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. I move the amendment in my name. I have to say it's with some genuine disappointment that I read the motion today that we've been asked to discuss. And I've to say that the first half of the Minister's opening speech agreed with almost every single word. The huge potential in our economy in Scotland, the vast opportunities in innovation, the strength of many of our university sector and the knowledge that is learnt there. At the moment, too many of them weakened, I'm afraid, by the 22% real terms cuts in funding for Scottish students and the financial situation that many of them are continuing to find themselves in. But I would say the second half of the Minister's speech was far below par in that regard. And it was a sad indication, I think, of a lack of a change of mindset on behalf of the governing party, who frequently tell me they have seen a transformation in the attitude of UK government over recent months in terms of the ability and the willingness to work together. When I speak to members of the UK Cabinet Presiding Officer, they say to me they just think that they're doing their jobs. Now, the comparison to that is the predecessors who frankly weren't. It's about working together and making sure that we can actually have the best interests of Scotland ahead of us. Because last July, the whole of Scotland, frankly, voted to put years of grievance and division behind us. They rejected the symbiotes of shared grievance who are invested in mutual failure and rancour. And I would suggest that this debate today is frankly timely, because it gives a very good example in just the last 2 hours about what can be done. In the last 2 hours, the UK Labour Government announced a major investment of over £55 million in the port of Cromarty Firth. And that will drive growth and create hundreds of jobs in floating offshore wind. The expansion of that port is to make it the first port able to make floating offshore wind turbines on site and at scale in the UK. Exactly the kind of first mover advantage that the Minister stood up and said that we should be taking as a country and as an economy here in Scotland, certainly.
Minister.
I'm pleased the member agreed with 50% of my speech. I'd be very worried if he'd agreed with 100% of the speech. But when he reflects on how his own party's plummeted around 18% in the opinion poll since the UK elections in July, and he reflects on the fact that the UK Chancellor has said that the key to UK economic growth is to focus on the south east of England, Oxford and Cambridge and London, does he agree with that philosophy from the UK Chancellor?
Michael Marrow.
I simply don't recognise that description of the Chancellor's approach, and I can set out exactly why that is. If the Chancellor is Chancellor of the whole of the UK, making speeches in different locations across the country, she won't continually and constantly be speaking about Scotland. Clearly, that's the role of ministers here. It's right that she supports Scotland and does that work, and I'm going to set out exactly how. No, thank you, sir. Let me set out to you in some detail, because that investment, the investment I've just talked about, will support up to 1,000 skilled jobs in construction, installation and operation of offshore floating wind. But far from deprioritising Scotland, as the Minister is suggesting, we have put in it front and centre of the UK Labour Government's economic plans and the clean energy mission that's defining so much of the animating purpose of the Scottish economy. And that's what's clear to me when I speak to businesses across Scotland. It's that mission that is driving their focus, their investment globally, and what they're doing as businesses here in Scotland. Let's have some further examples. The budget boost of an additional £5.2 billion for Scotland. £60 billion is the largest settlement in the history of devolution. More money for public services and for infrastructure, and all of that helps our economy to grow. A further £1.4 billion in local growth. No, thank you, sir. £1.4 billion in local growth projects. At least £200 million for specific Scottish towns, including £20 million for growth and regeneration in my home city of Dundee. And just last month, I was with the Secretary of State for Scotland at the V&A in Dundee, announcing another £2.6 million of funding there, which will help drive the city economy with tourist footfall and keep the Dundee tills ringing. £200 million announced just a few days ago from the National Wealth Fund to secure the future of the Grangemouth economy. Significant investment announced by the Prime Minister in Scotland, talking about Scotland and Scottish jobs and answering the call for government to support the workers in that area. £125 million for Great British Energy, headquartered in Aberdeen, helping to attract investment for our clean energy future in the nation's and Europe's energy capital. £25 million for the 10-year investment in the Argyll and Butte City and Growth deal, and much, much more. But we have to also be clear that none of this was inevitable. In the debate that we had last week about the budget and the budget process, if you can't just will the ends, you have to will the means. The taxes that we often discuss in here are the cost of actually being able to invest in our economy. And the scale of the mess of the public finances have made some of these decisions decisions difficult. Labour inherited not just a black hole, but public services in crisis and zero growth in an economy that had flatlined for over a decade. And it was the disastrous, inept Tory government that frankly had made many promises of the kinds that were to Scottish towns and areas they had no intention of keeping whatsoever. And the evidence of that, Presiding Officer, is the fact they had spent the annual National Reserve 3 times over in the first quarter of the year. So these were difficult decisions in terms of how we raise the money, but it's right that we invest. And I know that UK Labour Government colleagues stand ready to work in partnership with the Scottish Government and other stakeholders to deliver for the people of Scotland. And that has been very clearly demonstrated, as I started to set out, in the first 8 months, only 8 months of this Labour Government. But will they find that willing partner in the Scottish Government? It doesn't sound by the tone of much of what the Minister had to say that that will be the case. And I would suggest, Presiding Officer, that the SNP Government should start in part by putting its own house in order when it talks about investment. And we can look to the report from the investor panel that was commissioned by the Scottish Government. I wouldn't expect, when they were expecting to get the report back, that it would be quite so excoriating. The report found, and I quote, "few visible opportunities for scale investment. Planning decisions are slow and sit in the system for unacceptably long periods." We could illustrate that, Presiding Officer, by talking about Berwick Bank, now just past its 2nd-year anniversary for permitting sitting on the desks of the Scottish Government, and the huge impediment that it means for the investment in the supply chain in Scotland, with this kind of signal investment opportunity being potentially squandered. They go on, the investor panel. It is not apparent that the Scottish Government considers the impact of its actions on investment appetite. All of this, a damning indictment of the prevailing approach of the Government, if we can call it that, an approach from the Government as a whole. We also can look at their approach to the housing market and other areas. But today's grievance motion comes to us from an era that I believe should have ended last July. The UK Labour Government, with Scottish Labour MPs at its heart, is possible because the people of Scotland willed it so. Today's announcement on the port of Cromarty Firth only serves to underline that. The Government stands ready to work with the Scottish Government, and rightly so, for the good of Scotland's economy and its people. And it's for the SNP to decide whether they want to do that or they want to retreat back into the grievance, chaos and decline that I hope we said goodbye to last year.
Thank you, Mr Marra. I now call on Lorna Slater to open on behalf of the Scottish Greens. Around 6 minutes, please.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. With respect to the motion under debate just now, we all know that with London stripped out of the economic data, the performance report for the UK looks quite different. Suddenly, a lack of investment generally on anything north of Cambridge becomes visible, and the signs of the regions dealing with the endemic poverty ground into place during the Thatcher years becomes obvious. But if we are to speak about really rebalancing the economy, both Scotland and the wider UK have a bigger challenge ahead of them. The fever smell in the air, the sound on the wind, is a drive for growth, because growth is magically going to solve all of our problems, right? Never minding that the USA, which has shown the largest growth for the longest time, has lower life expectations, more citizens who don't have access to health care, high maternal mortality, more violent crime and poorer work-life balance than European countries with lower rates of growth. The US child poverty rate is more than double that of the UK, Sweden and France. The average American has a carbon footprint of around 16... In just a moment, let me finish this sentence. The average American has a carbon footprint of around 16 tonnes, which is one of the highest in the world. The average European has a carbon footprint of around 7.25 tonnes. So clearly, growth isn't everything. Mr Hoy.
Craig Hoy.
I thank the member for giving way. Could you explain what the causal link is between economic growth and violent crime?
Lorna Slater.
The causal link between a focus on economic growth instead of inequality is a result in crime. We know that societies that have gross inequality, like America, have more crime. Where societies are more equal, where people feel that they have a greater opportunity in life, as in Europe, as in European countries that have higher taxes and more opportunity for people, there is lower crime. The member is shaking his head at me, but crime rates in Europe are lower than that in America. And that inequality that we see in America is part of that story. Growth isn't everything. It doesn't solve all your problems. And even when you have high growth, you still have to have redistributive taxation, including wealth taxes, and you have to invest money in public services and in reducing carbon emissions. Maurice Obstfeld, former chief economist of the IMF, wrote yesterday in the Financial Times in an article on the ills of the American economy. Appropriate economic policies to help America. Better targeted policies could include a more redistributive tax system, limits to corporate power, further healthcare reform, and workforce development. So it doesn't matter if you have the highest growth in the world, you still need to do those things. Even with lower growth, such as Germany and Japan had between 1980 and 2023, GDP per capita grew by 1.4 and 1.5 respectively, compared to America's 1.8. With this lower growth, Germany and Japan managed to provide full coverage public health care, have lower poverty rates, and significantly greater longevity. The differences in outcome for these countries is down to the policy choices they are making, not down to how much growth they have or have not achieved. To rebalance the economy, we need to be clear about what we are trying to achieve. Increasing pollution, cutting back on the social safety net, cutting back healthcare and benefits might increase your GDP number, but at what cost? The cost of lives cut short, of health ruined, and of creating damage to the environment that can't be undone or that will be very costly to reverse. At the cost of allowing the rich to get richer while the poor get poorer. When you take the costs for essentials out of the public domain and put them into the private domain, inevitably the rich can buy them and the poor cannot. This is sometimes called cost savings. But an essential service is not optional. People who are forced through poverty to go without heat, without timely health care, without good quality education and training, without good quality food, still need those things, and they take harm from not having them. Even if the heartless discount the cost of human suffering, they cannot discount the cost to society. Poverty is expensive. People who experience poverty have higher mental and physical medical needs and are able to contribute less due to lower achievements in work and study. We hear a lot of nonsense about this or that public service or benefit being unaffordable. Rubbish. What we can't afford is billionaires. We can't afford to let a few individuals hoard the wealth of millions. The rebalancing of the economy that I would like to see would be away from enriching a few people while constantly whittling away at the services that everybody else needs. It would be away from subsidising polluters and high-emission industries and investing that money into environmentally sustainable sectors. And it would be away from a fanatical obsession with GDP growth and onto a broader focus, ensuring that everyone in society can thrive. History will tell the tale in the end, but I'm sure that the lurch to the far right in America, the distrust of institutions and even of democracy that has led to the second election of Donald Trump is, at least in part, due to the disconnect that Americans feel about the story they're being told about their economy. Look at that growth! And the reality they face every day in not being able to get affordable, good quality healthcare, food, education or public services. We need to rebalance the economy toward ordinary people, taxing extreme wealth and the pollution that the very wealthy produce at a rate far exceeding what any ordinary person can. Private jets, luxury cars, frequent flying. We need the UK to remove the subsidies and tax breaks for high-polluting industries, crack down on tax avoidance and ensure that global corporations pay their taxes and their employees properly. In summary, Presiding Officer, to rebalance our economy, we need to defund the billionaires.
Thank you, Ms Leader. And I now call on Beatrice Wishart to open on behalf of the Scottish Liberal Democrats. Around 6 minutes, please.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. The motion makes an important point about ensuring that investment does not unfairly focus in one area. I understand the sentiment contained in the motion, and while I realise the point that it's trying to make, I would observe that many of my constituents consider the Central Belt of Scotland as often the national focus of this SNP government. Much of what I'm about to say will focus on the islands. Visitors often remark how much enterprise there is throughout the Northern Isles. Regardless of size, there's an enormous enterprise driven in part by geography and a can-do attitude. Look no further than Scotland's growing space sector. Situated right at the top of the UK, UNST is hosting Europe's first fully licensed vertical launch spaceport at Saxiford, well placed for low Earth orbit satellite launches. Its development grew from the vision of an entrepreneur who recognised the potential of the location and, with support from the community and local authority, has made it happen. The spaceport recently gained a significant endorsement by way of rocket manufacturer Orbex, moving from the Scottish Government-backed Sutherland spaceport to Saxiford. Shetland's at the heart of energy generation, whether it's oil and gas that's contributed enormously to the wider economy or new technologies in renewables like wind or tidal. One of the world's most successful wind farms, Borrowdale, is in Shetland. In Orkney, EMEC has attracted for the last 20 years wave and tidal developers from around the world. Often glossed over is the contribution women make to the economy, but in this week of International Women's Day I will not. In my constituency, the long history of Fair Isle knitwear has global reach. Today we see innovation from new designers who have modernised the world-renowned product, like French textile artist Marie Bruhat, who has made her home in Fair Isle. And there's production from local factories who export to the Far East. Orkney fashion designer Kirstine Stewart said in an interview she was inspired by the island's female role models to build her successful fashion and design business. Women's enterprise putting the Northern Isles on the map. Presiding Officer, the Northern Isles can contribute even more to the national economy with investment in infrastructure that on mainland Scotland is taken for granted. Ferries are our roads, and tunnels should be considered national infrastructure and not simply just as a link for those who live on the islands. Tunnel action groups from Unst and Yell have instructed Norwegian consultants to carry out sonar investigations to progress the ambition of a tunnel network in the North Isles. Funds for this have been raised through private donations, not public money, and the final report should contribute to the determination of potential tunnel alignments. Another demonstration of the can-do and enterprising attitude, recognising where the future lies. This is important in order to speed up delivery of time-sensitive seafood products, including from the growing salmon industry. That's another example of rural and island enterprise, when crofters decades ago started small-scale salmon farming. It's now a multi-million-pound industry, reaching markets far beyond our shores and contributing to Scotland's economy. The UK Government committed levelling up funding for a new Fair Isle ferry and harbour infrastructure, but the external ferry service between Shetland and Aberdeen is under considerable pressure and disruption. While weather and pump room flooding may not have been foreseen, the annual dry dock periods are known, yet little is done to ensure that there's any kind of backup resilience to ensure businesses and passengers are not left on the quayside. Digital connectivity across Scotland lags in the areas furthest away from our major cities, yet it's essential in order to conduct business today. Radio Teleswitch is the latest example of a raw deal for rural and island Scotland, areas of high fuel poverty and poor weather causing concern and alarm in my constituency as the fundamentals of heating technology changes. There's a lack of forthcoming answers from the industry, and there's no pragmatic can-do attitude forthcoming to resolve this for rural and island Scotland. And there are many more examples, but with limited time I will conclude. Scotland is overly centralised, and that has got worse over the last 18 years. Island and rural communities are too often at the back of the queue, and the failure to provide the core connections they need, broadband, ferries, tunnels, roads, is holding back their economies and businesses. It's important that they are given better infrastructure and more power so Scotland can reach its potential in renewables, food and drink, forestry, tourism and other critical industries rooted in rural and remote areas. It's time the Scottish Government faced up to that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Wishart. We will now move to the open debate. I would just take this opportunity to advise members that, in fact, in terms of the SNP speakers this afternoon, one of the speakers had to pull out at the last minute in light of illness. So what has been agreed is that 2 of the 3 shall have 9 minutes and the third one shall have 6. And with that, I call Kevin Stewart to be followed by Finlay Carson. Up to 9 minutes, please.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. And Scotland has extraordinary economic potential. We have been inventors in the past, we have innovated in oil and gas, and we have key sectors such as renewables, food and drink, tourism and high technology research that would do even better if investment was put into play by the UK government. But let's look at the current situation in terms of regional inequity in the UK. And while the subject of economic regional inequity in the UK can descend into heated public debate, what is not up for debate is the plain facts. And for those facts, we need to turn to the Organisation for Economic Cooperation and Development, whose data should be beyond political debate. And it comes as no surprise to me that according to OECD official data, the UK ranks 27th out of 31 countries for income equality. Quite simply, the UK is a country where the top 10% are lapping it up, while the rest of us are falling behind. And this by itself is shameful, but it doesn't tell the whole story. Inequality in the UK also occurs at a regional and national level. And again, we can turn to the OECD for the plain facts. Greater London ranks 11th out of 419 regions in the OECD database in terms of GDP per capita. But the median UK region only ranks at 179. This gulf between London and the rest of us is not by accident. We have been told for years that a pound spent in Croydon is worth more than a pound spent in Scotland. A Boris Johnson catchphrase, if I remember rightly. And we have been promised that... I'll give way to Craig Hoy.
Craig Hoy.
I thank Mr Stewart for giving way, and is he aware that one of the engines of the London economy is the financial services sector? So would he therefore take the advice of Scottish Financial Enterprise and urge his government to cut income tax in Scotland to recruit some of those skilled workers to Scotland so we could help grow at a similar pace to the rest of the UK?
I was just going to come to the London financial sector, funnily enough, because we've been promised that Scotland's wealth flowing south to be invested in London would pull the rest of us up, and that thanks to the broad shoulders of the UK, we'd all march into the sunlit uplands of imperial splendour. But the exact opposite has happened. Since Thatcher began the campaign of using Scotland's wealth to turn the City of London into a global financial centre, the Cold War has ended, and we have watched the Iron Curtain fall. However, it is the small Eastern European nations that strode onto the world stage as independent countries that are marching to the sunlit uplands, and not the UK nations and regions. The GDP per capita of the median UK nation and region now sit snugly between the median regions in the former Eastern Bloc countries of Lithuania and Slovenia. And it's a plain fact that over the past decades, we have been dragged down while those independent European nations have pulled themselves up. However, the new Labour UK government, rather than accepting that the policy of London in the South East first has failed, are just as determined as Thatcher to continue down the path of failure that will see Scotland's potential continue to be smothered. What Thatcher began with miners and steelworkers, Starmer is determined to finish with oil and gas workers, with little investment in a just transition. Last year, we began with a promise of £28 billion of investment in the new green economy. However, the investment and the jobs that go with it have disappeared like sna off a dike. And the much-vaunted GB Energy commitment to Aberdeen has now been reduced to a shared office and the promise of a few hundred jobs to arrive sometime in the next 20 years. And of course, we can ask, where is the money for the Acorn carbon capture and storage project? Meanwhile, investment in London continues apace, with a total UK capital spending per person in London of £2,237 last year, compared to £1,789 in Scotland. Can we really be surprised that decades of starving investment in Scotland to fund even higher spending in the London bubble results in London increasing its lead at the expense of Scotland? And while the data from the OECD is undeniable in showing that years of investment in London has not served Scotland or other UK nations and regions well, it doesn't tell us why. For that, we need to look at the factors of production, which include land, labour and capital. Quite simply, land and labour in London are among the most expensive in the world. And this requires ever-increasing amounts of capital investment to compensate. That's vital capital investment, not going to actually grow the economy, but simply to cancel out the negative factors of costly land and labour. And this is because, fundamentally, London doesn't have the land to support its economy, and every natural resource, from energy to food and water, must be shipped into London from somewhere else. Given that Scotland is the source of much of the natural resources used by London, London is benefiting from our fruits of production in a way that we are not. And of course, it gets worse year upon year, with every bit of growth eked out of London making the resource deficit worse. Now, we can debate the historic merit, although I'd rather not, of investing in London during the days of empire, but either way, those days are gone now, and it's clear that for many years, investing in London in the South East has been a long-term drag on Scotland and other UK nations and regions. And given that, how much better would it not be to use our own fruits of production to grow our economy here in Scotland? I understand that the long-term steady growth here in Scotland isn't that attractive to politicians in the Westminster bubble, with their eyes on the imperial capital, the next election, and their desperation to stay in their jobs. For them, the quick buck of throwing ever-increasing amounts of money into London in the South East is much more attractive. But that's exactly why we are in the position that we are. Years of Westminster short-termism causing long-term pain for no gain. Presiding Officer, it's time for independence.
Thank you, Mr Stewart. I now call Finlay Carson to be followed by Faisal Chowdhury. Around 6 minutes, please.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. As we all know, down the centuries, Scotland has produced an army of great inventors whose boundless imagination and inspiration has set us apart from everybody else. From the television, penicillin, tidal energy, turbines, Dolly the sheep, not to forget the telephone or the regrettable deep-fried Mars bar. Scots are responsible for the ATMs as well as daily disposable contact lenses, the blast furnace, the steam hammer and threshing machines, to name a few. Scotland has always been at the forefront of world-class innovation. So I agree that we must do all in our power to ensure that this amazing trend continues, which of course means greater resources must be found for education. Our colleges and universities, where often groundbreaking ideas are spawned and hopefully ultimately brought to life. Like my colleague Murdo Fraser, please forgive me for not shouting from the rafters regarding the woeful performance of the current Labour government, whose pre-election promises are simply turning to dust. Which is a great pity given the vital role that the UK government plays in supporting the Scottish economy, or it certainly did when the previous Conservative government was in power. Craig Hoy has already mentioned it, and no doubt you're aware that I've been campaigning relentlessly for the A75 and A77 upgrades. These are two of the most critical roads in the country, responsible for transporting over £6 billion worth of trade between the UK and Ireland and beyond every year. Since devolution, it's sadly been neglected for investment by the Scottish Government, and it was only under the Conservatives that £8 million on the back of Sir Peter Hendy's connectivity review, a review which incidentally the SNP Government refused to take part in, unlike the other devolved administrations and indeed the Republic of Ireland. But out of all the roads in the UK, the review highlighted the importance of the A75. And while Labour does commendably remain committed to improving the A75, it's trimmed down the initial investment to £5 million, which I suppose is better than nothing, particularly considering the SNP Government's lack of anything, despite infrastructure being a devolved matter. Often dubbed the forgotten or ignored corner of Scotland, the South West benefited enormously under the previous UK Government, in particular through the levelling up schemes that saw projects in Scotland share £122 million of funding. Indeed, nearly £23 million was invested in the south of Scotland, while an additional £14 million will go towards improving transport links in Dumfries and Galloway, new EV chargers for cars and electric buses, while new transport hubs will be created in 5 towns in the region. Previously, the scheme saw £343 million earmarked to Scotland in previous rounds, meaning a total of £465 million has been allocated. In addition, 12 projects within Dumfries and Galloway benefited from £3 million as part of the UK Shared Prosperity Fund. The late First Minister Alex Salmond promised £8 million of investment in Stranraer during a visit to the new port at Cairnryan. And in 2016, former Cabinet Secretary and MSP for the South of Scotland, Aileen MacLeod, committed to prioritising the A75 and A77 before losing her seat. Regrettably, these election promises have failed to materialise, and despite similar more recent promises from the SNP Government, it's only now going to materialise again after a funding commitment in the previous session from the UK Conservative Government. Some £18 million will now be spent regenerating the underused waterfront at Stranraer to create a vibrant marine leisure destination, thanks mostly to the Borderlands Inclusive Growth Deal funding, which totals at £450 million. It's also hoped that the Stranraer and Cairnryan area could capitalise on the Northern Ireland Enhanced Investment Zone, which aims to provide grants and tax breaks to a region, again an initiative of the previous UK Government. It's crucial to recognise that Scotland already enjoys significant autonomy in economic development. The Scottish Government has the power to tailor policies and investment to suit the unique needs of the Scottish economy. This autonomy does allow Scotland to leverage its strength in sectors such as renewable energy, life sciences and fintech, and should ensure that these industries receive the attention and support they deserve. The motion sadly focuses on regional investment, and it risks creating a division that puts different parts of the UK against each other, which of course is par for the course for this nationalist government. So instead of fostering unity and collaboration, it can only lead to a fragmented approach to economic development. We must remember that the strength of the UK economy lies in its diversity and interconnectivity. By working together and sharing resources, we can achieve a more balanced and prosperous economy for all. In conclusion, Presiding Officer, the latest survey carried out with the South of Scotland Enterprise involved more than 600 businesses, revealed that the biggest challenge facing them was the economic uncertainty, which is influencing some decisions around investment and growth. And a significant reason for that uncertainty is the ongoing constitutional grievance which this nationalist SNP government continues to peddle in ridiculous debates such as this. Can I suggest that both the UK and the Scottish Government would do well to follow examples set by the previous Conservative UK Government if they want to see the Scottish economy grow and high-growth sectors continue to prosper?
Thank you, Mr Carson. I now call Faisal Chowdhury to be followed by George Adam. Around 6 minutes, please.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. I'm disappointed that the Scottish Government has chosen to bring forward this motion based on selection of recent UK Government announcements and chosen to play a blame game. rather than working collaboratively with the Labour government in Westminster to deliver positive changes for Scotland. I do not disagree with the premises that for too long, wealth and investment has been concentrated in the southeast of England. We should be looking to ensure all areas of the UK benefit from growth, especially Scotland. And devolution itself is a key mechanism to achieve that. In last week's debate on investment, members, including myself, discussed the importance of investment in infrastructure, including housing and transport, as a catalyst for growth. And many of the announcements made by the UK government were in these very areas, like transport and housing. So the Scottish Government's motion is more confusing, given it has control of these areas. So I would repeat my remark that if we... let me go through... I have a lot to go through. So I would like to repeat my remark that if we want to have growth, we need investment and infrastructure. And the Scottish Government should show ambition to use the power it has in these areas. But regardless of recent news in England, we have to be clear that the Labour government in Westminster values Scotland, has invested in Scotland, and made it clear they intend to continue, with £200 million invested into Grangemouth, securing the future of the site and retraining workers, over £125 million for Great British Energy, creating jobs with offices in Glasgow, Edinburgh and Aberdeen. A National Wealth Fund which meets our strategic goal by de-risking private investment, has just made its first investment in Scotland. Both the Minister for Technology and the Prime Minister Sir Keir Starmer have said Glasgow could be an AI growth zone. On a similar scale, North Edinburgh Arts is, in a smaller scale, North Edinburgh Arts is receiving money from the Community Ownership Fund, creating a community hub which will contain council services, spaces for artists and cafes. And of course, today, Minister rejected an English bid to change the definition of single malt whisky. These are not the actions of a government which considers Scotland to be an afterthought. And the SNP, when this investment in Scotland was put to vote in the UK budget, voted against. But government investment alone is not enough to deliver economic growth. Our planning system must be reformed to expedite the progress of application and get businesses building, not waiting. The Scottish Government's investors panel were clear that unacceptable delays in the planning system are making investment more uncertain and increasing cost, contributing to the perception that Scotland is not just not open for business. And issues with planning contribute to the housing emergency, which is eating away the disposal income of public, who are spending more and more of their salary renting or saving, rather than boosting other areas of our economy. Lastly, I want to touch on another issue raised by the investor panel, and that is the current landscape for attracting private investors, which is cluttered with various government agencies with different roles and funds. Our investment agencies should be easy to access and involve businesses in strategy and decision-making, with a pipeline of projects ready for private investment. Ultimately, members will repeat the strength of Scotland, and we are right to be proud of our advantages. But we need to see these strengths put to work and deliver economic growth. Because regardless of any recent UK government moves, Scotland has lagged the rest of the UK in growth for 10 years. So the Scottish Government should be focusing on tackling the issues we face, rather than bickering with UK Labour Government that is interested in investing and collaborating with Scotland. Thank you.
Thank you. I now call on George Adam to be followed by Douglas Ross. Around 9 minutes. Mr Adam.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I'm happy to stand here for 9 minutes and talk about how the imbalance in our economy affects the people of Paisley and Scotland in general. But just to say a few points at the very beginning is, my politics doesn't come from, it's not the politics of grievance, as others have said. Why I get angry and disappointed is because I have been here long enough in this place, and I've been involved in politics long enough to see that UK governments come and go, they promise the earth and they never deliver for Scotland. We end up hearing about golden triangles for Oxford, Cambridge and London. We hear about other areas that can get the investment, but it never seems to be in our areas, in our communities. And that's why our focus should be here as well. So it's more disappointment than actual politics of grievance. And today's debate, Presiding Officer, is a matter of fundamental importance. The economic imbalance in the UK and the urgent need for Scotland's vast potential to be recognised and fully supported is important for us all, whether it be in Paisley or in the rest of Scotland. Scotland's economy is rich in innovation, industry and ingenuity, yet time and again Westminster neglects our contributions and stifles our opportunities. The UK Government continues to pour resources into the so-called Golden Triangle, Oxford, Cambridge and London, and leaving Scotland as an afterthought. And this has to change. The Minister, Richard Lochhead, was right when he said there's much uncertainty in the world. And it's my belief, and I believe it's his belief, that now's the time for us to grab that opportunity. It's for us here in this Scotland to make sure that Scotland doesn't miss these opportunities that are available. And I believe the UK has failed Scotland now and in the past, and it will continue to do so. But I'm willing to work with anyone that can actually make that difference, because this is about people's jobs and their future financial stability. So I will work with anyone, and I know the Scottish Government thinks as well. When we hear about Oxford, Cambridge and London, it's highly concerning to someone like me who's heard this all before. I've heard it a million times before, where once again investment gets taken away from Scotland as the UK focuses on down south. And we need to focus on excellence up here in Scotland and what we can provide. And most of all, you know, I can talk about locally Paisley International Airport, otherwise known to others as Glasgow International Airport. What is one of the clearest examples of how we can move things forward? The future of Grangemouth could be a hub for sustainable aviation fuel. Happy to do so.
Okay.
Very grateful to the member for taking an intervention, and he knows that I also represent the community to which he refers, including Glasgow Airport. Does he share my concern that it's possible to get a direct train from Glasgow Central Station to Manchester Airport, but you can't get a direct train to Glasgow Airport, and that is significantly challenging in terms of the growth we need in our area?
George Adam.
Currently, I never noticed the member at the recent SPT Clyde Metro Hub meeting, but they're working on that for the future as we speak. So, you know, this is about the positive way of looking at the future. Let's leave the negativity to those that can behind and actually look at how we can do it. The future for Grangemouth is as a hub for sustainable aviation fuel, and it's one of the clearest examples of the economic imbalance as the lack of the UK Government investment in Grangemouth. Here we have an industrial site primed to become a leader in sustainable aviation. Fuel production studies have confirmed that Grangemouth is ideally placed to support this transition, yet Westminster has focused its funding efforts elsewhere. If you're Old Trafford, Manchester United, you can get £1 billion for redevelopment, but nothing for the people of Grangemouth. And I wonder if Ms Mara would want to answer that.
Michael Mara.
It's quite bizarre that he might have missed the earlier speeches we exchanged with the Minister. The fact that just last week an additional £200 million was announced to support the people of Grangemouth. Does he call that nothing?
George Adam.
I will just say £1 billion to Ineos, the owner of Ineos and Manchester United, and also £600 million to police in Belgium. Come on, who is on the side of the people of Grangemouth here? It's definitely not the Labour Party. But when we're talking about the transport infrastructure, we need to make sure that Glasgow Airport is part of that sustainable aviation fuel future. And that is the reason why we need to be looking at Grangemouth as that site. Because, Presiding Officer, you know, sustainable aviation fuel produces up to 70% less carbon. And as such, it gives us the opportunity, and it's made from waste materials from such household waste as agricultural residues, used cooking oils, as well as green hydrogen. So that's why Grangemouth is perfectly sited for that site as well. And that's why, well, 200 million, there's people shouting, Presiding Officer, from the side, and they're almost as irrelevant as some of the things that they've actually tried to provide. I bring it back to the focus of £1 billion to a Chancellor who is shutting down Grangemouth, as opposed to the actual people who we're trying here to represent. So with the right bracking, Presiding Officer, Grangemouth could supply the aviation industry with sustainable fuel, strengthening the role of Glasgow Airport and reinforcing Scotland's commitment to net zero. But instead, we have a Labour UK government following the footsteps of the Tories of over-promising and under-delivering for Scotland. And that is why, in the SNP, will continue to demand investment that Scotland deserves. Innovation in Paisley, as everyone will know, I'm always the first to tell them that, and UWS has research and economic growth as one of their prime ideas. So Paisley is not just a town of heritage and history, it is a centre of innovation, and the University of West of Scotland is leading the way in cutting-edge technology and research. Professor Naeem Ramzan of University School of Computing, Engineering, Physical Sciences, I met in a recent visit, and some of the work they're doing there is incredible. So let's invest in that excellence and what they're doing. Let me highlight one such innovation that UWS researchers have developed: artificial intelligence technology capable of rapidly detecting serious health conditions from X-ray images. Originally designed to detect COVID-19, this AI can now identify TB, pneumonia and even certain cancers with remarkable accuracy. This breakthrough could revolutionise healthcare, not just in Scotland, but worldwide, reducing pressures on our NHS and improving outcomes for patients. Additionally, UWS partnership with Kibble is delivering pioneering remote health monitoring, providing real-time support for vulnerable young people in crisis. These innovations show the immense potential for Scotland's knowledge economy. Yet once again, we see a lack of UK-wide investment in our research institutions as the Labour government prioritise elsewhere. This is the type of innovation that Scotland needs, and we need to continue in the future. Scotland's economic strength and Westminster's failure is ongoing. Under the SNP government, Scotland has been seen record foreign direct investment outperforming the rest of the UK outside of London. We're leading the way in renewables, in life sciences and in data-driven innovation, and yet Westminster continues to hold Scotland back. Just look at the Chancellor's recent economic plans. They offer nothing for Scotland. They fail to replace the EU structural funds. They fail to deliver the promised £1 billion for carbon capture, and they fail to secure Grangemouth's future. No matter what Labour MSPs say in here today, they do fail to secure Grangemouth's future. These failures show that Labour is no different from the Tories when it comes to prioritising Scotland's needs. Presiding Officer, Scotland's economic success is not just a possibility, it's a certainty. If given the right tools and investment, we have the industries, the talent, the drive to build a fairer, greener and more prosperous nation. But to do that, we need a UK government that recognises Scotland's worth. The SNP will continue to fight for that fair balance. We will continue to push for that investment in Grangemouth, Glasgow Airport, UWS and all of Scotland's economic centres. And ultimately, we will continue to make the case that Scotland's best future lies with independence, where decisions about our economy are made here, in Scotland, for Scotland.
I call Douglas Ross to be followed by Gordon MacDonald. Around 6 minutes, Mr Ross.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. This debate has been dreadful. I mean, truly awful. I mean, perhaps one of the worst, but to quote the Minister, that's quite a low bar. But just look around this chamber. I mean, we're calling it a debate. It's not really a debate. People are reading out their scripts, and everyone else has got their heads down. They've been doing emails, they've been reading correspondence, because there's not much enthusiasm for this motion. Not about the topic on the economy. I think we could have spoken about the economy today in a positive way, about how the two governments could work together. But no, we've got a motion that is couched in grievance, in an opportunity to take opposition against the UK government, rather than looking at what could be done more positively. And let's remember, this is Scottish Government debating time. So this is seen as an easy topic for government ministers to trot into the chamber to speak about, rather than some of the more important issues I think our constituents would like the chamber to be discussing today. It might not have been comfortable for the Scottish Government, but we could have had the Health Secretary here today speaking about issues of people in the North East waiting in an ambulance for 12 hours outside A&E. We could have had the Education Secretary in here with her team speaking about rising levels of violence in schools. We could have had the Transport Secretary in here speaking about a point I put to the Minister earlier on today about the A96 corridor review. Until my question this afternoon, we didn't know how many people had responded to that review or when the Government were going to outline their response to that. As Craig Hoy said in his intervention of the Minister, I will give way to the Minister in a moment, roads are so important to our economy, but we have the A96 connecting Aberdeen to Inverness, still not fully dual. The promise to do it by 2030, now an absolute fantasy. And I am absolutely certain that if the A96 ran between Glasgow and Edinburgh, it would have been fully dual now, but because it connects Inverness and Aberdeen, it is not. So I will give way to the Minister on that point.
Minister Richard Lockhead.
I know the member likes his soapbox and to chase local headlines, because I'm very familiar with that. But does he not think that it's important for the Scottish Parliament to discuss and debate the fact that the UK economic strategy, according to Rachel Reeves, is to build up London, Cambridge and Oxford? And do you not think in a few years, if that has happened, we'll look back and think perhaps we should have said a lot more about that and tried to stop it happening to the degree?
Douglas Ross.
The Minister should look behind him. It's not me he should be criticising about being slightly dismissive and despondent about this debate. Look at the empty SNP benches behind him. This is the governing party of Scotland, and they can't even be bothered to turn up to this debate because of the grievance that the Minister and the Scottish Government have put in this motion. And I don't know why he's suggesting I'm trying to grab a headline. I mean, it is a headline already that the SNP have failed to dual the A96. That has an impact on our local economy in Murray, in the Highlands and across the North East. Ministers may not like to listen to that, but it is the reality. But I also think we have to accept that there has been good working between the previous UK Conservative government and the SNP government here in Holyrood and the new Labour government. Now, I disagree with a lot of what the Labour government have done, but there has been the £200 million investment in Grangemouth. Prior to that, there was significant investment here in Scotland through the UK government. I remember the Murray Growth Deal, which I was part of as one of the local representatives at the time. When that was signed, it was the highest per head of population growth deal anywhere in the country. That was welcome funding coming from the UK government, the Scottish government and other bodies investing in the local economy. We had the levelling up funding of £18.2 million going from the UK government to Murray Council for local projects, delivering in their area. And then we had the Elgin Towns Fund, something I was very proud to see announced a couple of years ago, £20 million for the Elgin Towns Fund. That is a huge amount of money, just in a few years, going to local authorities such as Murray, showing that there can be investment from both of Scotland's governments. Now, I was delighted that the Labour government recently re-announced that. Interestingly, the town funds that they announced just last week or earlier on this week were the exact same towns that had been selected by the former Conservative government on that. I'm delighted that Jenny Urquhart, who I suggested to chair the board for the Elgin Towns Fund, will continue in that role, working with local partners to see the local projects in Elgin really make a difference. But no Scottish Government minister can surely stand up and say that is not UK government money coming to communities here in Scotland and actually delivering. That is what we should be celebrating. That is what we should be seeking more of. I will quickly give way.
Minister Tom Arthur.
I'm grateful to Mr Ross for giving way and certainly recognise the investment from the UK Government. As Regeneration Minister, I welcome that. I welcome the City deals. But I wonder if he would recognise, in all seriousness, that one of the real strategic problems which successive UK governments have wrestled with for decades now is a significant imbalance. Now, I applaud London. It is a great city and it makes a significant contribution towards the UK, towards Europe, towards the global economy. But we do have a situation where we have appalling levels of regional inequality, variation in productivity across English regions and the nations. And while transfers are welcome, what is vital is creating new industries and economic opportunities in different parts right across the UK. And as such, when there's a real opportunity with these cutting-edge new technologies like AI, yes, take advantage of comparative advantage in places like Oxford and Cambridge, but that needs to be shared equitably right across the UK so the whole of the UK can prosper.
Douglas Ross, I can give you time back for both those interventions.
I'm grateful, Presiding Officer. I agree with much of what the Minister has said there, but I would also gently say, just because the UK Chancellor of the Exchequer doesn't mention Scotland in a speech, doesn't mean Scotland is not going to get the benefits of much of these resources. And that's why I just think it's a bit petty to say, because Scotland didn't get mentioned here, or this bit didn't look at the north of the United Kingdom, it means it's not being considered. It clearly is. And we've seen investment from both the previous UK Conservative government and this UK Labour government into Scotland. But on the point of regional inequality, yes, I agree. Because as a representative of the Highlands and Islands and someone who lives in Moray, I do not believe this Scottish Government delivers for the whole of Scotland. I think it has a central belt bias and we are the poorer for it in the North East. Richard Lochhead can laugh at that. But I go back to the fact that A96 has not been dualled. That was a promise made by successive SNP governments that has not been delivered. The fact that our maternity unit was downgraded in 2018 for 1 year and it is still downgraded and not a consultant-led unit. That is again inequality in Scotland, within the responsibilities of the Scottish Government, and that is what I would like to see change. And if we have debates on that, I think the Chamber will be fuller and we will be a better Parliament for it. Thank you, Presiding Officer.
Thank you, Mr Ross. I now call Gordon MacDonald to be followed by Paul Kane. Around 6 minutes, Mr MacDonald.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. And of course, investment in growing the Scottish economy is important for the future of our country. Two issues I want to mention. Firstly, Brexit. Post-Brexit, the UK Government introduced the UK Shared Prosperity Fund, meant to replace EU structural funds, including the European Regional Development Fund and the European Social Fund. EU funding that provided significant financial support to Scotland of around £100 million per year. However, the Shared Prosperity Fund has been widely criticised as inadequate for Scotland, as the funding is roughly 60% less than the EU equivalent. This gap is even more pronounced when considering additional programmes like LEADER and European Territorial Cooperation, which further bolstered rural and regional development under the EU framework. Once again, Scotland being let down by Westminster governments that promise much but deliver little. Then, just 15 months ago, the Tory Secretary of State for Scotland, Alistair Jack, issued a press release that began, "The UK Government's Levelling Up Fund in Scotland has now reached £2.92 billion. This included funding for the 12 city deals of £1.5 billion up to the year 2034. As a member of the Economy Committee, we then heard from the Labour Secretary of State for Scotland, Ian Murray, in January that, and I quote, "At the moment, in terms of the money that is being put in, we have given the commitment to the 12 city region deals." But why use the words "at the moment"? Well, one reason may well be that the spending review due later this month is likely to include spending cuts, with many experts predicting significant reductions across government departments due to the current economic climate, defence spending increases and pressure to balance the budget. The so-called levelling up agenda, heralded with fanfare by the previous Tory administration, dangled a carrot of £2.9 billion for Scotland, funds meant to breathe life into our towns, regenerate our high streets and bolster our local economies. But it was not fully funded, as the Tories overpromised and Labour have so far under-delivered, leaving Scotland once again left picking up the pieces. Meanwhile, we get told by Ian Murray that major decisions have to wait until the spending review, at the same time as his Labour Chancellor, Rachel Reeves, announces plans to transform Oxford, Cambridge, London triangle into a major economic hub with investment in rail and road upgrades, research hospitals, digital tech investments, high levels of research funding into driving collaboration between Oxford, Cambridge and London universities, and a hub for life sciences. What happened to the inherited financial black hole and awaiting the spending review outcome? Presiding Officer, I want to focus the remainder of my remarks on the broken promises relating to the exascale supercomputer at Edinburgh University. In the spring budget of 2023, it was announced that funding would be made available for the next generation AI computer. Edinburgh University was well placed as they had just celebrated 60 years of computer science and artificial intelligence research. The university was already home to the country's current national supercomputer, Archer 2, and home to the UK's high-performance computing services for more than 30 years, and also a partner in the National Robotarium based in my constituency. Therefore, it was no great surprise when on the 9th of October 2023, Edinburgh University issued a press release stating that the UK Government has announced the university as the preferred location for the exascale supercomputer, which will be able to perform 1 billion calculations each second. Once operational, it will provide high-performance computing capability for key research and industry projects across the UK. Exascale computer will be housed in a new £31 million wing of EPCC's Advanced Computing Facility, which has been purpose-built as part of the Edinburgh and South East Scotland City Region deal. But then on the 15th of January 25, Labour's Ian Murray stated at the Economy Committee that when we came into office, there was £900 million commitment to the University of Edinburgh for the exascale supercomputer, but there was not a penny attached to that commitment. Therefore, some difficult decisions had to be made. He then went on to say that the exascale computer issue has been rolled into the spending review. Then, less than 2 weeks later, on the 28th of January 25, the Labour government issued a press release stating Chancellor unveils new plans to deliver the Oxford-Cambridge growth corridor that will boost the UK economy, part of which was a new AI growth zone announced for Colin in Oxfordshire to speed up planning proposals and build more AI infrastructure. It then went on to say, and I quote, "This starts immediately, with work starting on a brand new supercomputer." Again, what happened to waiting for the March spending review, or does that only apply to Scotland? Then, on the 29th of January 25, the previous day's announcement was amended, removing the following sentence. The Chancellor today announced a call for expression of interest from regional and local authorities and industry to inform the next stage of AI Growth Zone programme. Why remove that sentence? Will Edinburgh University get that supercomputer? We don't know. But what I do know is that we do not need Westminster's crumbs dangled but then snatched away. We need control of our own resources, our own destiny. The SNP has long argued for independence. Let us decide how to level up our own communities, not wait on a Labour Chancellor in London to wield the red pen. My message to the UK Government is simple. Honour your commitments or step aside and let Scotland build the future our own people deserve.
I'm going to now call the final speaker in the open debate, Paul O'Kane. Around 6 minutes, please.
Thank you very much, Deputy Presiding Officer. Today, of course, is Ash Wednesday, the first day of Lent, and I think I can chalk most of this afternoon up for my penance, which is useful. I do, however, welcome the opportunity to discuss the need for investment, both public and private, within Scotland to achieve the goals that I do think there is a consensus around across the Chamber on growth. And I think to have time this afternoon to set out much of the investment that has happened since July and the UK Labour Government's focus on that investment and the importance of that investment in relation to growth. And I'll begin by agreeing with at least part of the Government's motion, which is that there are high-growth sectors in Scotland, and there's scope for both those sectors as well, and many others, to go further and to go faster. And of course, our industries in fields such as energy, technology, whisky and manufacturing, to name just a few, indeed possess world-class innovation and the potential to drive significant economic growth for Scotland. I was struck by something George Adams said in response to me in the intervention, which was, let's leave the negativity to others. Well, it seems that his front bench didn't get that memo when they were developing the motion for this afternoon, because this is a Scottish Government debate. They choose the topic, of course, and the initial motion, and yet they have not included any details in that motion of real, tangible progress that the Scottish Government could be doing to attract greater investment into our economy, and they've failed to provide a pathway, I think, for meaningful action. Instead, it does seem to me like we are back to the same old grudge and grievance debate and motion in this place, where the Government throws up its hands if it feels like it's not getting exactly what it wants. And I thought that those days were behind us, because we were promised a new era of working together with the UK Government. So I think it's very disappointing to see this Government motion reacting to headline investment and ignoring, as usual, the detailed and significant investment that is coming to Scotland. And we've heard much of that this afternoon. Just today we had the announcement of that additional £55 million expansion of the port of Cromarty Firth, which will make the first port able to make offshore floating wind turbines on site and at scale in the UK, backed by a grant from the Floating Offshore Wind Manufacturing Investment Scheme, and allows it to attract that match funding from private investors. And that investment from Smyth now joins a long list of investments to Scotland, which I think it's worth hearing once again this afternoon, removing connectivity black holes through Project Gigabit and the Shared Rural Network, boosting 4G coverage in the Highlands and Islands, two electrolytic hydrogen projects in Cromarty and Whiteley, confirming £25 million of funding for the 10-year investment in their Gaelic Butte City Growth Deal, extending the innovation cluster in the Glasgow City region for a further year. And that's without mentioning those headline investments from Great British Energy, which I think is a clear investment and statement of intent, with its headquarters in Aberdeen and the investment that goes along with it, and the £200 million committed by the Prime Minister. I'll just finish this point, because I want to ensure we get the list completely on the record. The £200 million committed to by the Prime Minister for Grangemouth. I'll take Mr Stewart.
Stewart.
I thank Mr O'Kane for giving way, but the commitments to Aberdeen and to GB Energy have been diluted by the day. Up to 1,000 jobs was first said. Now, a couple of hundred jobs, maybe in 20 years. The investment has also been absolutely cut to pieces. So does Mr O'Kane believe that the pledges that were initially made to Aberdeen and the original GB Energy investment should stand?
Paul O'Kane, I can give you the time back.
It never fails to amaze me how Kevin Stewart cannot bring himself to support a publicly owned energy company that is being invested in by this new UK Government after years and years of inaction from the Tories and a lack of investment in that publicly owned company. Mr Stewart well knows the potential that will be unleashed for jobs in the supply chain, for jobs in the development of new offshore wind, for jobs in Aberdeen, which, as Michael Mara rightly described it, as the energy capital of the UK and of Europe. So I think it would be good to hear Mr Stewart come with that positivity that I think George Adam was looking for in his contribution. And I think it's important today that we don't lose sight that other parts of the UK have also faced chronic underinvestment for 14 years of Conservative austerity. And it was disappointing to hear the Minister talk about Liverpool and Tyneside as though those communities don't deserve investment and support from this new UK Government. Indeed, I was speaking to someone today who was in Manchester, contrasting the growth and investment that has happened in Manchester with Andy Burnham as Mayor, less powers in this place and less powers than this Parliament, but actually a huge amount of growth and development in those communities, working with those communities hand in hand. And yet we know that in Glasgow City region we've not seen anything similar to that sort of growth and expansion. And that was a point I made very clearly about Glasgow Airport, because I do agree that Glasgow Airport is a key part of our infrastructure, it's a key part of what we can do to get growth. But the fact of the matter is it was this SNP government who cancelled the Glasgow Airport rail link back in 2007 when they took office. So another proposal under SPT in order to develop a plan to bring light rail. I mean, the government has been in power for 18 years, and you cannot get a train to Glasgow Airport. It really is extraordinary. So I think there has to be a bit of self-reflection from this government on the actions that they have taken, or the inactions, rather, that they have taken. And we have to be honest that I'm just going to make this point, and then I will allow Mr McMillan to intervene. The point on airports, I think, is well made. The expansions at Heathrow and Gatwick, which I think were tentatively welcomed by the First Minister, will actually have a knock-on impact in terms of the supply chain for our very important industries such as Scottish salmon. I'll take Mr McMillan.
Stewart McMillan.
I thank Paul O'Kane for taking intervention. Certainly the Garrel issue, would Mr O'Kane actually recognise and accept that Garrel would have had a negative effect upon people transporting between Inverclyde and also Glasgow, because it would have reduced the level of trains on an hourly basis if that had went ahead?
Paul O'Kane, again, I can give you the time back.
But I think those arguments were well rehearsed at the time, and I think what was abundantly clear, is this government abandoned Glasgow Airport. That's quite frankly what happened, and we've seen a lack of investment and support in Glasgow Airport. And I think it's disrespectful, actually, this debate and this motion this afternoon to the good partnership working that has taken place between the Scottish and UK governments over this past 7 months, which I think has been a constructive change and has sought to deliver for people and communities who need investment. And I'm thinking particularly around the partnership working we've seen around a sustainable future for Grangemouth, for the Grangemouth Industrial Cluster and the wider Falkirk and Grangemouth growth deal. So I think we have to be clear this afternoon that the UK Labour government is taking sometimes very difficult and tough economic decisions, making investments that are necessary after what has been a lost decade in Scotland's economy, whilst the SNP and the Tories seem to want to continue this story of grudge and grievance, and I don't think that does a service to the people of Scotland indeed. I think it's clear that the job is not done. And as I've said in my speech this afternoon, you cannot rectify a lost decade after simply 7 months in office. But it has been a very significant start made by this new UK government. I referenced earlier in my speech the disappointment of a return to grudge and grievance through this motion, in spite of significant cooperative work undertaken by the two governments. So I think it is important that the government reflect on that. I hope that this is a momentary blip in terms of the constructive relationship and the debates that we have in this chamber, and the government must reflect on that. I'm very grateful, Deputy Presiding Officer.
Thank you, Mr O'Kane. We move to closing speeches. There's a little time in hand, so I call Lorna Slater, generous 6 minutes. Ms Slater.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Like Murdoch's Fraser, up until just this last speech, I think, had been enjoying having another debate on economy, although my staff have forbidden me from rolling out my meatloaf joke again. I am a bit distressed by that last speech because of its focus on airports. We are a long way into the climate emergency for members of the Chamber not to understand the role that aviation is playing in global climate emissions, nor the status of aviation in the future. Aviation is one of those industries that must decline. Yes, the Climate Change Committee says there will always be some role for aviation, but this is not a growth industry, and therefore investing in airports is not a sensible thing to do, except if it is in decarbonising and shrinking those airports. I also cannot agree with Craig Hoy in his intervention on Kevin Stewart. He seemed to be implying that people in the financial services sector aren't very good at maths. The Chartered Institute of Taxation has calculated that someone earning the whopping salary of £150,000 in Scotland will pay £3,857.88 more in income tax in Scotland, less than 3% of their gross salary. In exchange for this, they would get a baby box if they had a baby, free prescriptions, free bus travel for their kids, free university tuition for their kids, more police officers per person, a greater ratio of GPs per person, free social care should they or any of their family require it, and although not something the Scottish Government can take credit for, with or without the Greens in government, significantly lower housing costs. Anyone who ran the numbers on that would find living in Scotland a really good deal. John Cullinane, the Director of the Public Policy at the Chartered Institute of Taxation, notes that the diversion created by devolution, I'll try that again. The diversions created by devolution has not led to any noticeable changes in taxpayer behaviour. I'm also going to challenge Murdo Fraser on free ports. They are an excellent example of exactly the sort of compromises that end up getting made in the pursuit of growth at all costs. Within a free port, some amount of taxes and regulations are suspended in the hopes that companies who don't want to contribute to their country and their communities, who have a cavalier attitude to regulations, can be lured into these locations. Even assuming that this leads to the creation of new companies rather than just causing businesses to relocate, what message does this send out to companies who do pay their employees properly and who follow the rules and who do pay their taxes? It makes it sound like the Conservatives don't value them. And instead of creating a level playing field for all businesses, the Conservatives would like to hand out sweeties to companies who don't want to pay their taxes and who don't want to follow regulations. I would also challenge, again, this claim that North Sea oil and gas contributes to Scotland's energy security. North Sea oil and gas is extracted by private companies and sold on the open global market. It is in no way reserved for or set aside for Scotland's use. Far from creating security for us, climate change creates significant risks for our future. Everything from food shortages, species extinctions, storm impacts, flooding, fires and droughts will increase if global emissions don't drop quickly enough. If emissions don't drop quickly enough, large parts of Earth will become uninhabitable to humanity. The mass human displacement this causes, along with global food and water shortages, is an enormous risk to our security. Security of our future depends on us reducing emissions on a very rapid trajectory. I am, as always, a bit concerned about the Scottish Government's focus on carbon capture and storage and Acorn. They appear to be looking for an easy way out of the climate emergency. We know what is needed to reduce emissions urgently, and nearly all of it includes proven technology that we already have. But instead of implementing road charging, announcing a road building moratorium, as Wales has done, instead of bringing forward an ambitious heat and buildings bill or publishing their new energy strategy with a clear presumption against new oil and gas, the Scottish Government point to the UK and the Acorn project again and again. CCUS is a very risky investment. Even if it can be made to work, and no one's done that yet, it is frightfully expensive. It lets polluters off the hook by imagining they can just hoover up their emissions instead of us all having to make significant changes to how our economy works. I'm going to conclude by joining Kevin Stewart, Michael Mara and others in calling out the explicitly political and constitutional nature of the motion for this debate. With Scottish independence being supported by roughly half of the population of Scotland, the UK Government, which is so fanatically unionist that they are refusing to defend the Union in a new referendum on Scottish independence, instead maintaining the Tory line that if they don't allow a democratic process of self-determination for the Scottish people, that we'll all just forget about it and it will go away. So the UK Government is in a bit of a bind. If they invest in Scotland, they risk stoking Scottish economic confidence and therefore confidence in what an independent Scotland might achieve. And that undermines Project Fear. But if they don't invest in Scotland, they risk stoking Scottish resentment, allowing those of us who support independence to say how much better off we'd be as an independent country. Climate change, unchecked, will force changes into our economy. We can either make changes in how our economy works to ensure that everyone benefits from our success, to reduce emissions, or we will have changes forced upon us by the collapse of global systems, climate, food production, precipitation patterns, disease and extreme events. This isn't optional. You might want to opt out of the costs and difficult choices of achieving net zero, but you can't opt out of the costs and effects of catastrophic climate change. Thank you.
Thank you. I now call on Michael Mara, again around 6 minutes. Mr.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. There is, of course, a very important debate to be had about spatial economics in the UK and, of course, in Scotland. Unfortunately, this was not it. We've been slightly bedevilled by the motion in front of us by the government, and also the tone taken variously by, rather depressingly by the front bench, but rather hysterically by the backbenches of the SNP, and some of the quite fantastical warblings that we've had of grievance, grudge and, frankly, an aggressive tone about anything that happens good anywhere else rather than in Scotland. It's not one that I think builds a kind of atmosphere of partnership which we hope to actually see and can actually help the whole of the country. And I would say that one area that could have been a focus today in terms of the kind of issues that talk about the genuine investment in our economy is Scotland. So in 2022, the Scotland auction realised £756 million in fees. The then First Minister, Nicola Sturgeon, said that Scotland money, and I quote, will help deliver the supply chain investments in high-quality jobs that will make the climate transition a fair one. So precisely none of that has happened, Presiding Officer, 3 years on. The money has shifted in and out of budgets over the years, becoming, frankly, a fund to be used as a backstop for an increasingly chaotic government that is losing control of the public finances with 3 consecutive emergency in-year budgets. An announcement in the 25-26 budget that around £300 million will be spent on long-term investment for the energy transition, the kind of investment that Kevin Stewart was calling for. But yesterday at Finance Committee, the Finance Minister couldn't tell me a single project that any of that money would actually be spent on within the next financial year when it's meant to be invested. So how the government will use that money to invest in our energy future remains a complete mystery, including to the government, and the clock is ticking. So this is the kind of area that the government could have been talking about today, things that, frankly, they need to get in order. No, thank you. And no, thank you. No, thank you. So we strode bizarrely after that across a range of cod economic theorising, none worse, I have to say, than the frankly bizarre Malthusian fantasies of Kevin Stewart, recalling the worst warblings of physical resource constraint based on, frankly, pre-technological views of the world. So for all his railing against empire and the East India Company, his view is frankly profoundly ahistorical and is frankly irrelevant to the people of the North East and to Scotland today. What they want to know is what this money will actually be spent upon. I certainly will, sir.
Kevin Stewart, and through the chair, Mr Stewart.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I think what is entirely relevant to the people of the North East and throughout Scotland is that capital spending difference. That per capita spending on capital of £2,237 in London compared to £1,789 in Scotland. That is of the Treasury's making, and London sucks up capital.
Michael Mara.
And I think that Mr Stewart makes, as I said at the outset, there is a fair point at the core of his issue there in terms of actually the investment on a spatial basis. We've heard the example given by my friend Paul O'Kane about Manchester, and Andy Burnham is a frequent and loud campaigner for investment in his region. The question is whether you want to do that in partnership and try and actually deal with some of those. What has happened in the most recent budget is there's an additional £610 million of capital being invested by the UK Labour government in Scotland, but we have no capital plan as to tell us how it's going to be spent. We were promised one for the last 2 years, and as the investment cost of that rises, we have none the wiser as to how any of the money should be spent. Lorna Slater went on to tell us that growth isn't everything, although I'm afraid I don't believe that anyone actually claimed that it was. But Ms Slater rightly refers to distributional questions and inequality, but I fail to see, and I continue to fail to see, the relationship between an end to growth and the political means by which you can find the space to redistribute that money. I think that it's a singular failure in Tim Jackson's work in the end to growth, if I'm honest. Of course, as part of that, the question of the spatial question is that we are all advocates here for place and for local people, and which we are all rightly passionate and positive about. And I thought that Beatrice Wishart gave, frankly, the best example of this, and she will be a sad loss to Parliament in 2026. She gave the best examples of the centralising tendency of this government. And she could have given the same speech that SNP backbenchers gave, that money spent anywhere other than where they want it to be is an illegitimate affront. George Adam claimed that the £200 million for Grangemouth is, and I quote, nothing. an insult, frankly, to the local people who have campaigned for jobs and investment. And in his view, the people of Manchester should have no investment whatsoever. Yes, sir.
Briefly, George Adam.
I don't know if the member's intentionally misinterpreting what I said or he's just doing it for political effect, but what I was questioning was the rights of actually giving £1 billion to someone who is already destroying the lives of people in Grangemouth. That was the thing, and that's what the people of Grangemouth want to do. And we don't know what the £200 million is actually going to do, where it comes from, what it's going to deliver. So let's get some balance on this debate here in reality.
I'm happy to defend the idea that after 8 months, the UK Labour government brings £200 million to the table to invest in that local community, when this government sat on its hands for 18 years and did absolutely nothing. But Beatrice Wishart continued by giving that articulate case for her community rather than against other communities. And I'll close on a quote from Beatrice. She said that it would be better, frankly, for people to bring a can-do and enterprising attitude, identifying where the future lies. If only, sir, if only.
Thank you very much. I now call on Craig Hoy, around 7 minutes. Mr Hoy.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. This grim, grievance-laden debate has underscored just how wide the gap is between the SNP's rhetoric and reality when it comes to Scottish business, the Scottish economy and Scottish growth. And it goes to say something that, having put her name to this lamentable motion, Kate Forbes stayed for the first 5 minutes of this debate and then ducked out to spend her time more productively. Because if she had remained in here, she would have learnt more about the SNP's record, a record that my colleague Murdo Fraser did not on this occasion take the opportunity to eviscerate. But it does reveal that it is not the UK that treats the Scottish economy as an afterthought. It is indeed, and bizarrely, the Scottish Government, the SNP Government, that repeatedly does. Now, I accept the Minister's point that Labour has badly let down Scottish business and has all but snuffed out the prospects of growth that we had restored to the Scottish economy. But it is more than just a bit rich for the SNP to use this debate to slam anyone else for treating Scottish trade and Scottish industry as an afterthought. Because let's take a moment or two to reflect on the SNP's record. The oil and gas sector in Scotland repeatedly hung out to dry. Scotland's pub and hospitality sector given only a tiny share of the vital rates relief it's due. Scotland's retailers given no additional rates relief at all. Our farmers seeing the agricultural resource budget cut this year. Our fishing communities crying out for support that isn't forthcoming. The Scottish nuclear energy industry, or what's left of it, facing shutdown to SNP dogma. The defence manufacturing industry losing jobs due to a lack of Scottish Government support. The financial services sector in Scotland, where recruitment is put at risk by John Swinney's High Tax Scotland. And I say to Kevin Stewart that we are not losing financial services jobs to London. We are losing financial services jobs to Manchester, to Birmingham, to Newcastle and other places in England. And that is the reality of the situation. Our universities are being undermined as engines of innovation and economic growth by SNP disinvestment over a decade and more. The Scottish whisky industry is facing repeated threats, such as the proposed ban on marketing. Our world-class food and drink sector hit hard by the failed deposit return scheme that Lorna Slater still defends. Scotland's free ports delayed as the SNP played political games. Globally recognised Brand Scotland brewers who are now scratching their heads in disbelief at proposed restrictions on sponsorship. Our island businesses undermined by the ongoing ferries failure. Our remote and rural businesses, some as large as Sterlink in Stranraer, hit by this government's failure to upgrade roads such as the A75. Now, as Douglas Ross said, this has been a lamentable debate, and I will never get the 9 minutes back that I had to listen to Kevin Stewart, because this SNP government, and nothing I heard today tells me otherwise, is actively hostile to many of the very industries that they rely on for Scotland's skills development, employment and the tax receipts that they rely on. And when the SNP talk about economic growth, their actions in this place and beyond so often run completely counter to achieving it. And despite Michael Mara's flight of fantasy, I accept that Labour are no better. The party's national insurance hike, which, let's admit it, is a broken promise tax on jobs and on workers, will cost the Scottish economy billions of pounds. It will lead to lower wages, lower levels of employment, and it will undermine companies' capacity to invest further in growing their businesses. But let's recap, as Murdo Fraser did, on the performance of the Scottish economy in recent years under a Conservative government in what were challenging economic times. Between 2011 and 2022, the economy grew by nearly a fifth, yet Scottish growth lagged this by 7%. The Scottish economy was underperforming what was perceived to be an underperforming UK economy. That is the true cost of the SNP's economic incompetence and their policy decisions. But had ministers got their act together and swung in behind Scotland businesses, the economy would now be £10.2 billion bigger than it is at the moment. Now, in this budget, we set out plans to reduce tax on workers, tax on home buyers and tax on businesses, and that would have restored long-term growth to the Scottish economy. But it fell on deaf ears with this SNP government, and it appears that Labour lacks a credible plan too, as this debate has proven, where I think Labour has in many respects been defending indefensible decisions taken that are doing real damage to the business community and to public services here in Scotland. Deputy Presiding Officer, the last Conservative government was serious about boosting the Scottish economy, serious to the tune of £3 billion. As Murdo Fraser said, £1.5 billion in city, region and growth deals, £1.4 billion in levelling up, including the free ports that the SNP sought to block, and also which would have supported jobs in key industries, including in the oil and gas sector, where it would have acted as a supply chain. But it's not just in those areas where the Scottish Conservatives backed the UK government in delivering for Scotland. As Murdo Fraser rightly said, the Ministry of Defence spends more per head in Scotland than the rest of the UK, an average of £380 higher, and the Ministry of Defence spending in Scotland grew 13% between 2018 and 2022. That was the vote of confidence in the Scottish aerospace and defence industries. And as our motion makes clear, we shouldn't ignore some of the significant contributions made by other organisations. The British Business Bank's Investment Fund for Scotland will be delivering £150 million of new funding to the country to drive sustainable growth by supporting innovation and creating local opportunity for new and growing businesses in Scotland. There was, I believe, under a Conservative government, action delivering real support for Scottish investment in Scottish business, for Scottish jobs and ultimately for growth in the Scottish economy. Our commitment to the Scottish economy and to the industries that support it is unwavering and ambitious. Sadly, based on our experience, not just in this debate but in many recent debates, is that the SNP and now Labour do not believe in the same principles of driving growth in the Scottish economy.
Thank you. I now call on Richard Lockhead to wind up the debate. Minister, I'd be grateful if you could take us to as close to 5 o'clock as you can. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. I shall speak slowly and, of course, welcome any interventions that members want to bring forward. I always like to hear from members and their views, and I'm sure they're thinking of what they can say already. I think, firstly, it's just important to say, and I said this at the beginning actually, that we are debating the future of the Scottish economy and indeed to a certain extent the future of the UK economy against a backdrop of challenges and uncertainties. Domestically, there's a lot of concern in the business community over the impending increase in national insurance contributions. There's the energy costs, there's the inflation, there's the ongoing impact of Brexit, there's a whole range of issues. Internationally, of course, the situation is also quite uncertain, and we've seen on our TV screens and in social media what's been happening across the pond and the ramifications of that, and we don't quite know where that's going to go, and I'm sure every single member from across all the parties is very concerned about that. And indeed the Scottish business community, the UK business community, likewise will be very concerned about the potential impact of what may be down the line over the coming months and years. We simply don't know at this point. The reason why I mention this is simply because I think that makes this kind of debate even more important. Because we have to absolutely grasp the economic opportunities before us. We cannot afford to miss them. We are at a moment of inflection for the Scottish economy. I'm very lucky in my post. I get to go around the country and meet businesses and entrepreneurs and the universities and a wide range of representatives of the business community. There's a lot of excitement at the moment, despite those challenges. There's a lot of wells about to sprout in the business community and innovation community, really exciting things happening in Scotland. We cannot afford to miss this moment of inflection. The decisions we take over the next few years will lead to that giant prize being captured I mentioned of prosperity and more equality in Scotland, or if we take the wrong decisions, or if other people take the wrong decisions, we will miss some of those opportunities. So I think it's actually a very crucial time for Scotland, and I think that makes this debate even more important. Yeah.
Murdo Fraser.
I'm grateful to the Minister for giving way. On that very note, he will recall I referenced at the start of this debate the importance of the defence industries to Scotland. And we're going to see more defence spending in the UK and internationally. That creates an economic opportunity. Does he therefore agree with me that the Scottish Government have to be welcoming of the defence industries? And does he agree with me that if on a future occasion we welcome the defence sector and young apprentices in the defence sector to this Parliament, we should be welcoming them and not abusing them?
Minister.
Well, I'd like to put on record I very much value the contribution to the Scottish economy of the companies in the defence sector based in Scotland. There's a diverse range of companies, from building naval ships to drones or other technologies that are being used or whatever. And of course, the space industry in Scotland is crucially important. And as the world prepares to invest billions and billions of extra dollars into the space industry, I think there's opportunities for Scotland to get a slice of that action as well, and that will lead to high-value jobs in our country and the further expansion of our space industry. We shouldn't limit our ambitions to small satellites, which we're very good at, and some of the rockets we're building. We have to look at the global situation, what that means for Scottish opportunities. So I think the apprentices and the opportunities for not just for defence but diversification within those companies is important for the Scottish economy. In terms of this debate, I would say that in many ways it's been quite predictable. Firstly, the Conservatives have said that things were much better in their day. The Labour Party have said things are much better now because they're in government. Douglas Ross says he doesn't want to be here, so we all know that, and he gave us his view on things as well. And I suppose I'll have to give way since I name-checked him.
Douglas Ross.
It's not so much that. The Minister said he would be happy to give way to any colleague, so I'm taking him up on his point. Does he accept my issue was more about the structure of this debate? I'm happy to speak about the economy, but as he's saying this was very predictable, we knew how this debate would go because of how the SNP framed the motion for debate today. Surely he must agree, having listened to the debate, we could have had a positive and constructive debate about Scotland's economy. We couldn't do it with his motion.
Minister.
I have to say to the member, if he should be aware of this, that occasionally we disagree over the future direction of the Scottish and UK economy, and today we're having a vigorous debate on that very subject, and we've got our views on the future of the Scottish economy, and other parties are here defending their views on the future of the Scottish economy as well. But I think it is important we address the big picture. The big picture is the Chancellor of the Exchequer for the UK Government has said that she sees the Golden Triangle, London, Oxford, Cambridge, and particularly the Oxford-Cambridge corridor, as the key to economic success for the UK. She also views that as the home of British innovation. That has huge ramifications for our business community in Scotland, and I know other members would rather not talk about that, but honestly, if my party had plummeted to 18% in opinion polls, I perhaps would be asking myself why the people of Scotland get certain views of the UK Government at the moment. So I think it is important to reflect on what's happening with the big picture. I met Douglas Alexander last week. We both spoke at an exports event in Edinburgh called Made in Scotland, Selling to the World. We cooperate over issues like that. We've discussed in this debate how we've cooperated over free ports, how there's other funding coming to Grangemouth from the multi-billion National Wealth Fund. The £200 million has been earmarked for Grangemouth. We've discussed the growth deals and how the governments have worked together there as well as a good example. I don't understand why the other parties are trying to conflate a Scottish Government willingness to work in partnership with the UK Government, the fact that we've got concerns over the UK Government direction of travel in promoting the South East of England.
Michael Mara.
I appreciate the Minister giving way. He will recognise that some of what we instead got from the backbenches was talk of what happened in Empire and the East India Company as an illustration of where, unfortunately, the motion took us. But I would say that in terms of the contributions of speeches made by UK government ministers, just draw attention to what the Prime Minister said just last week when he was announcing the £200 million for Grangemouth about how integral Scotland is to our ambition to have a clean power mission to transform the energy sector by 2030. It is the energy capital of Europe, and it's integral to those plans, and it will be invested against on that basis. Now, surely he sees that is a positive signal about the UK Labour government's view and vision for Scotland.
Minister.
Firstly, I think we recognise that in some cases, of course, UK money is coming to Scotland investment, and that's important. But what the member's talking about is UK projects, and we should be thankful and celebrating the fact that Scotland's got a share of these UK projects. Of course, we should be getting a share of those projects. But we're talking about the big picture here in terms of the direction of travel for the UK economy, and Kevin Stewart actually made a very important point, which was about inequality and how we're repeating past mistakes. And the UK Labour government are once again putting an emphasis on the Golden Triangle of Oxford, Cambridge and London and the south east of England to drive forward the UK economy. Now, even the Tories who introduced the levelling up agenda accepted, albeit it was 10 years late before they introduced that levelling up agenda, accepting was a problem. They accepted too much was happening in the Golden Triangle and south east of England. So it may have turned out just to be a bit of a slogan, but it did identify a debate to be had in the UK. But now the Labour Party have come in, talking about how the Tories got this wrong, and they're doing exactly the same. You're talking up the Golden Triangle as the future of where investment should be going for the UK.
Paul O'Kane.
Throughout the course of the debate, and I made this point directly to the Minister in my contribution, he himself referenced investment in Liverpool, in Tyneside, in Manchester. We had that debate played out before us. Does he not see that a lost decade can't be overturned in 7 months, but investment in every part of the UK is vitally important and at the core of this government's agenda?
Minister. Yes, but what's causing concern in the Scottish business community is the thrust of UK economic policy. Rachel Reeves said, and it was reported to the BBC, that she vowed to build Europe's Silicon Valley between Oxford and Cambridge. Even Terry Murden of Daily Business News, not the biggest friend of the Scottish Government, it's got to be said, even his article about the speech said southern comfort but no help for Scotland. Now, the issue here is that the embassies around the world, the UK agencies, all take their lead from what the Chancellor of the Exchequer and the Prime Minister say. And what they've said is drive the investment into the Golden Triangle in the south east of England. So that's what will be happening behind closed doors around the world. Thank goodness we've got Kate Forbes as our champion of investment in Scotland. We've got the efforts being put into the Scottish Government to attract investment in Scotland. I went on a trade mission to Singapore. Do you know what the Singapore senior business person I spoke to said to me? He said it's refreshing to have a Scottish minister here arguing for investment in Scotland, because usually we get UK ministers arguing for us to invest in the Golden Triangle in the south of England. So that's what's happening around the world, and they're taking their nod from that policy direction.
Yeah, what does he say then to the investor panel commissioned by the Scottish Government, who said it is not apparent the Scottish Government considers the impact of its actions on investment appetite? He said planning decisions are slow and sit in the system for unacceptably long periods. This is what the business community are saying to his government about their record. Why aren't we not having the discussion about that and actually fixing it?
Minister. I can pull the member back to the big picture again. I know that planning is important for the Scottish business community, and it's really important to get that right and listen to those recommendations. But what we're talking about here is the future direction of the UK economy and the implications for Scotland. And that's what we've got to have at our heart. So when the Prime Minister stands up and speaks about the AI action plan, despite the fact that Scotland's internationally in the lead in many areas of AI, and he doesn't mention Scotland, but he mentions all 4 parts of down south in terms of his overall big speech about the future of AI in the UK. That's why our business community and our innovation sectors are concerned, because they're reading this, they're seeing this. We need a UK government that recognises what's happening in Scotland. People write books about how Scotland invented the modern world, but meanwhile the UK government are cancelling the supercomputer for Edinburgh at the same time as mentioning every other part of the UK, or at least England, talking about the future of AI, despite the fact that the Nobel Prize winner just last year won his award. He's an alumni of Edinburgh University, and he won his award for machine learning. He's involved in AI. He learnt at Edinburgh University, one of the world's leaders in AI. This has to be recognised by the UK Government. We have to do something about this. And of course, if you are in one of the many exciting companies that are often quoted in this chamber in Scotland, whether it's in life sciences, whether it's in the space industry, whether it's in fintech, wherever it is, and you're reading the UK Government's official view is that Oxbridge, the Golden Triangle, is the home of British innovation, how do you think they feel? How do you think they feel? They're literally inventing cures for diseases. They're inventing new technology for space to make us work our planet properly and protect us and give us the best data possible. That's all been invented and developed and innovated here in Scotland. And then your Chancellor of the Exchequer, apologies, the Labour Party's Chancellor of the Exchequer, stands up and says in her big speech on the future of the UK economy that Oxbridge is the home of British innovation. Yep. That is unacceptable. We have to get that fixed, and we need the UK Government to stand up for Scotland, to represent us around the world, work in partnership with us, and not drive UK policy, UK resources and time and effort into the south east of England and promote even more inequality and not allow Scotland to realise our economic ambitions. We will do our bit here in Scotland, but it's about time the Labour Party started doing their bit as well. I commend the motion to Parliament.
Thank you. That concludes the debate on achieving a fair balance in the UK's economy. It's now time to move on to the next item of business, which is consideration of Business Motion 16686 in the name of Jamie Hepburn on behalf of the Parliamentary Bureau setting out a business programme. And I call on Jamie Hepburn to move the motion.
Move, Presiding Officer.
Thank you, Minister. No member has asked to speak to the motion. Therefore, the question is that motion 16686 be agreed. Are we all agreed? The motion is therefore agreed. The next item of business is consideration of 6 Parliamentary Bureau motions, and I ask Jamie Hepburn on behalf of the Parliamentary Bureau to move motions 16687 to 16691 on approval of SSIs and 16692 on designation of a lead committee.
Move, Presiding Officer.
Thank you, Minister. And the question on these motions will be put at decision time, and there are 4 questions to be put as a result of today's business. Can I remind members that if the amendment in the name of Murdo Fraser is agreed to, the amendment in the name of Daniel Johnson will fall. And the first question is that Amendment 16667.3 in the name of Murdo Fraser, which seeks to amend Motion 16667 in the name of Kate Forbes on achieving a fair balance in the UK's economy, be agreed. Are we all agreed? No. The Parliament is not agreed, therefore we'll move to a vote. And there will be a short suspension to allow members to access the digital voting system. I remind members that if the amendment in the name of Murdo Fraser is agreed to, the amendment in the name of Daniel Johnson will fall. And the question is that Amendment 16667.3 In the name of Murdo Fraser, which seeks to amend motion 16667 in the name of Kate Forbes on achieving a fair balance in the UK's economy, be agreed, and members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. I call Ben McPherson for a point of order.
Apologies, Presiding Officer. I lost connection. I would have voted no.
Thank you, Mr McPherson. We'll ensure that's recorded. The result of the vote on amendment number 16667.3 in the name of Murdo Fraser is yes 27, no 87. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. And the next question is that amendment 16667.1 in the name of Daniel Johnson, which seeks to amend motion 16667 in the name of Kate Forbes on achieving a fair balance in the UK's economy, be agreed. Are we all agreed? The Parliament is not agreed, therefore we'll move to a vote and members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. The result of the vote on amendment number 16667.1 in the name of Daniel Johnson is yes 20, no 94. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. And the next question is that motion 16667 in the name of Kate Forbes on achieving a fair balance in the UK's economy be agreed. Are we all agreed? The Parliament is not agreed, therefore we'll move to a vote and members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. The result of the vote on motion 16667 in the name of Kate Forbes is yes 59, no 47. There were 7 abstentions. The motion is therefore agreed. And I propose to ask a single question on 6 Parliamentary Bureau motions. Does any member object? No member objects. Therefore, the final question is that motions 166687 to 166691 on approval of SSIs and 166692 on designation of a lead committee in the name of Jamie Hepburn on behalf of the Parliamentary Bureau be agreed. Are we all agreed? Yes. The motions are therefore agreed, and that concludes decision time. And we will momentarily move on to members' business in the name of Colin Beattie.
Thank you. The final item of business this evening is a members' business debate on motion 16524 in the name of Colin Beattie on 3 years of solidarity with Ukraine. This debate will be concluded without any questions being put. I would invite those members who would wish to speak in the debate to please press the request to speak buttons. And before I call Colin Beattie to open the debate, I would like to welcome to the public gallery this evening the Consul General of Ukraine. And I call on Colin Beattie to open the debate. Around 7 minutes, please.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. Firstly, I would like to thank everyone who supported this business motion, which gives the Parliament an opportunity to reaffirm our solidarity with Ukraine during these particularly difficult times. However, I do need to refer to the recent shambles in Washington, where President Trump and Vice President Vance deliberately tried to publicly humiliate their guest, President Zelensky, an appalling performance by 2 weak and unstable bullies. President Zelensky came out of that stronger in the eyes of the world, and Europe must be unwavering in its support for Ukraine. It is clear that the US has become an uncertain friend and an unreliable ally. Europe must pull together and invest heavily in its armed forces and, most importantly, sever the post-World War II reliance on the US for weapons and logistics. That will not be cheap. But the alternative would be to place our safety and security in the hands of those who may not have our best interests at heart. The report that the US is suspending military aid to Ukraine merely underlines the urgency of no longer being held hostage by an unstable world power. We must be realistic and see the real world as it is: dangerous, unpredictable, predatory. Last month marked 3 years since Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine. 3 years of brutal hurt for the people of Ukraine, 3 years of barbaric war crimes, and 3 years of unbreakable solidarity between Scotland and Ukraine. This war is not only an attack on Ukraine's sovereignty, but on the very principles of international law, democracy and human rights. The activities of the Russian military, who have raped and murdered indiscriminately, apparently with the sanction of their superior officers and the Russian government, have caused contempt, and they have been rightly condemned by civilised nations. Let me be clear, this war was launched by Russia without provocation. It was not a result of Western aggression or NATO expansion. It was a deliberate act of imperialism by President Vladimir Putin, who many regard as a war criminal, who intends to erase Ukraine's independence and even its existence. Over 3 years we have seen indiscriminate bombings and untold horrors inflicted on the Ukrainian people. There is never an excuse for harming innocent civilians, no matter what lies the Russian propaganda machine tells the world. To say war is tragic is to minimise the truth. The impacts of this war will live with the people of Ukraine for the rest of their lives, and probably for generations to come. The tragedy of it was put on full display when I co-sponsored the Little Hope Gallery art event in the Parliament in January. This gallery showcased artwork from children who had been forced to leave their family and their friends behind, and subsequently channelled their emotions into extraordinary art. And I would encourage everyone to view this artwork to fully understand the heartbreaking circumstances these children have been brought up in. And this is why we must continue to support Ukraine wholeheartedly. When I think of Ukrainian children, I've also to remind us of the many thousands who have been kidnapped and sent into Russia to become good Russians. This is ethnic cleansing and a war crime in itself. These children must be returned to their families. I'm pleased to see that Europe is uniting on this issue, with the EU announcing further military aid for Ukraine and the UK government increasing defence spending, even if by insufficient amounts. For some, this invasion may seem far away, but Russian aggression is a direct attack on our way of life and on our democratic values and freedoms. We cannot allow Russia to claim sovereign Ukraine land as a result of naked military threat, bluster and brutality. I have already expressed my concern at the United States' position in this conflict. In particular, newly elected President Trump is looking horribly weak and vulnerable in his dealings with brutal dictatorships such as Russia. His fear and lack of backbone is imperiling the future of the free world as we know it. Whilst the global community agrees that this war must end, it cannot be on Putin's terms. We must be clear that President Zelensky is not a dictator. That title should be rightly reserved for Vladimir Putin. Against overwhelming odds, Ukraine has stood firm, thanks to its brave military and the Ukrainian people, together with support from the world community. Here in Scotland, we should be proud of the support we have provided to Ukraine, both financial and with the provision of the successful super sponsor scheme for displaced Ukrainians. I am fortunate in my role as convener of the cross-party group on Ukraine to have met numbers of extraordinary Ukrainians that inspire me every day. Their resilience, courage, with such unwavering community spirit, should be an inspiration for everyone in this chamber. They've left their homes, some have had to leave their families, and yet as soon as they arrive in Scotland, they immediately begin working together to ensure their new communities are safe and welcome. The Ukrainian Community Centre in Edinburgh is currently running an initiative to deliver packages to Ukrainian soldiers in the front line. These packages are shoeboxes filled with small items such as woolly hats, thermal socks and sanitary products. These small acts of kindness make a real difference to these brave soldiers, and if any of my colleagues in the Chamber would like to contribute, let me know and I'll share details with you. We should be proud that as a country we've made tens of thousands of Ukrainians welcome in our homeland. There is, however, still more that both the UK and the Scottish Governments can do to support Ukraine. And I call on the UK Government to extend the Home for Ukraine scheme and to allocate fair thank you payments to hosts in Scotland. This would help to ensure that displaced Ukrainians will continue to be able to call the United Kingdom and Scotland their home. Thank you once again to everyone who supported this motion and who continue to show their absolute solidarity with Ukraine, and I look forward to members' contributions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Beattie. We now move to the open debate. I call Kenneth Gibson to be followed by Stephen Kerr. Mr Gibson.
Thank you, Presiding Officer, and I congratulate my colleague Colin Beattie for securing this timely debate. America's blunderbuss, broken bottle in the face approach to diplomacy has shocked the democratic world, as has appeasement of Russia, whose forces have committed countless atrocities from Bucha to Mariupol and continues to indiscriminately bomb Ukraine and kidnap and Russify Ukrainian children. An aggressor set to be rewarded for its vicious, unprovoked invasion with land and trade. Peace, security, territorial integrity and Ukraine's independence must be the aim, not a 21st century equivalent of 1938 Czechoslovakia after it was shorn of the Sudetenland and left open to annexation. Few nations have suffered as Ukraine has since the beginning of the 20th century. The ravages of World War I, occupation, revolution, pogroms, civil war, conflict with Poland, Bolshevik oppression, forced collectivisation, millions starved to death in Holodomor, the Stalinist purges, Hitler's onslaught, the Holocaust, an insurgency in the decade following the Second World War, mass deportations to Siberia and the Russification of formerly majority Ukrainian communities from the Kuban to Kursk. After decades of Soviet stagnation, 92.4% of Ukrainians voted for independence in 1991. However, Russian meddling led to the near-fatal poisoning of presidential candidate Viktor Yushchenko in 2004. Following Ukraine's revolution of dignity, Russia seized Crimea and backed pro-Russian insurgents in eastern Ukraine. A conflict began in 2014, not 2015, as the US President ignorantly asserted. Can Europe afford to deter Russian aggression? More pertinently, can it afford not to? Russia's economy is actually very weak. The International Monetary Fund say Russia's economy is smaller than that of Italy, Canada or Brazil, only 3.5 times bigger than Ireland's, much less than half of Germany's and not even 2/3 of the UK's. Russia's economy is only a 14th of Europe's, a quarter of its population and a 10th of China's, a country that has long cast envious eyes over Siberia.
Ross Greer.
I'm grateful to Mr Gibson for taking the intervention. I wonder if he would share my disgust that much of Russia's fossil fuel export economy is being propped up by companies like Seapeak Maritime Limited, who are based here in Scotland.
Kenneth Gibson.
Yes, I certainly do share that view. Europe fears a Russia that suffered 860,000 casualties in 3 years of fighting a Ukraine long denied fighter aircraft, high-end missiles and the armour needed to liberate its conquered territory. More technologically advanced, Europe spends $338 billion a year in defence. It must invest more. Moscow is only 523 miles from the Ukrainian border. It's as likely to use nuclear weapons as Britain was when Argentina invaded the Falklands or Israel when attacked last year by Iran. Fear of escalation was the last US President's excuse for keeping Ukraine drip-fed with equipment for 3 years, supplying only enough weaponry to stop it losing, rather than defeat and expel the aggressor. Europe must speak with one voice and refuse to be intimidated by gun-to-the-head threats. The sight of some European leaders mimicking the sycophantic behaviour of the US President's inner circle is truly nauseating. The White House, in its boorish arrogance, has seemingly tried to alienate, upset and destabilise as many allies as possible. The usual threats and bluster include Canada becoming America's 51st state and imposition of 25% tariffs. King Charles is Canada's head of state, yet we saw the Prime Minister confer a state visit on a US President who threatens and bullies his subjects. Actions must have consequences. The royal invitation must be withdrawn. The one-sided respect demanded by Washington must be earned. Sadly, America is led by a petulant, vituperative narcissist who demands fealty masquerading as respect, an affront to the dignity of his office. California Senator Adam Schiff summed it up last Friday. A hero and a coward are meeting in the Oval Office today, and when the meeting is over, the hero will return to Ukraine. The Vice President was described by Alistair Campbell as a vile human being. America's leadership wants to milk Ukraine dry of its resources while refusing to provide any form of security guarantee and kowtowing to Moscow. Presiding officer, Ukraine has shed too much blood, its land ravaged to suffer such a fate. We must back Ukraine with weapons and money taken from frozen Russian assets if necessary until a just peace is secured. Slava Ukraini.
Thank you, Mr Gibson. I call Stephen Kerr to be followed by Neil Bibby. Mr Kerr.
Presiding officer, it is a pleasure to speak in this debate, and I'm very grateful to Colin Beattie for the motion and for his speech, and a pleasure always to follow Kenneth Gibson. The resilience, courage and determination of the Ukrainian people in the face of an unprovoked invasion by Russia has inspired the free world. And 3 years on, we must ask, what have we learned from the lessons of history? What have we understood is at stake? This war is not just about Ukraine. It is about the principles that underpin peace and security in Europe. And we must also acknowledge the harsh truth. This war is in part the result of the West's inaction over Russian aggression in Georgia, in Syria, in the Crimea and eastern Ukraine. Each failure to act decisively only emboldened Vladimir Putin further. Mistakes we cannot afford to repeat now. If we fail to act decisively and unitedly, we send a dangerous message that the international order can be torn apart by brute force. That is a message we simply cannot afford to send. The cost of inaction now is far greater than the cost of standing firm. That is why Britain has been unwavering in its support for Ukraine, not just in solidarity. Clearly, that is in our direct national interest. A Europe where Russian aggression is left unchecked is a Europe less safe for Britain. That is why we must never waver, and that's why we must continue to provide Ukraine with the military, economic and diplomatic support they need to win. Vladimir Putin's regime has shown total disregard for its treaty obligations, has violated international law, has committed atrocities and war crimes in Ukraine. Only strength of purpose and of arms will maintain any peace worth having. And I commend the leadership of the British Prime Minister, Keir Starmer, in reaffirming our unwavering commitment to Ukraine. It is only right that Britain, as the last remaining faithful signatory of the Budapest Memorandum, leads by example. So I welcome the announced increase in defence expenditure, but it must be increased further. NATO remains the bedrock of our security, and we must ensure that we in Europe have the capabilities to deter and, if necessary, defeat any threat to our freedom. Yet, I cannot and won't ignore the muddled thinking of those in this chamber who speak in praise of Ukraine, who even call for greater defence spending, while decrying the very existence of our armed forces, and by decrying the very existence of the very industries and workers upon whom we rely to produce the material of war. If we are serious about our security, then we must be serious about supporting the people and the businesses that equip our armed forces. Just last week in our committee, we heard from the Consul General for Ukraine in Edinburgh, who expressed how deeply grateful the Ukrainians in Scotland have been for all that has been done to make them feel welcome. But he also reminded us of something crucial: how much those Ukrainians in Scotland long to return home. The Ukrainian people fight not just for their country, but for the very principles that keep us all safe. If we do not stand with Ukraine today, we may find ourselves standing alone tomorrow.
Thank you, Mr Kerr. I call Neil Bibby to be followed by Lorna Slater. Mr Bibby.
Thank you, Presiding Officer, and I welcome Colin Beattie bringing forward this debate. These are troubling times. 3 years ago, Putin began his full-scale invasion of Ukraine, attacking its people and its sovereignty. In the last 3 years, the Ukrainian people have displayed immense bravery, strength and resilience in the face of a tyrannical aggressor. We can see that resilience from pictures online and on our televisions. But that resilience was also on display at the Invicta Ukraine, the Unbroken Ukraine event I attended last week at Glasgow Cathedral, where the Ukrainian community here in Scotland commemorated 3 years since Russia's invasion of Ukraine. When Ukraine was attacked, so too were the values of democracy, freedom and human rights. And we must remain steadfast in our support of Ukraine to ensure these treasured values are upheld. We must also maintain our condemnation of Putin and his unlawful war. I wish to pay tribute to President Zelensky for his strong leadership throughout the war and to the people of Ukraine. I know that solidarity will be felt by the people of Ukraine, and it's felt across this Parliament and indeed across these aisles. Yesterday I had the privilege of meeting again the Consul for Ukraine in Scotland, with Anas Sarwar, and I reiterate the points he made last week before the Constitution, Culture and External Affairs Committee, that Ukraine needs three powers: the powers of weapons, economic sanctions and diplomacy. I therefore welcome that the Prime Minister Keir Starmer and the British Government have already taken further action on all three of these points, and also committed to increase defence spending, as Stephen Kerr said, to 2.5% of GDP to secure and strengthen Britain's national security. On weapons to Ukraine, there has been a £2.26 billion loan given by the UK Government and a deal signed with defence manufacturers worth £1.6 billion to supply thousands of advanced air defence missiles to Ukraine. This has been funded through the largest package of economic sanctions on Russia since 2022, with 107 new sanctions announced. These sanctions will disrupt Russia's military supplies and financial support. The Prime Minister has also shown leadership on the international stage, working effectively with our allies in the interests of Ukraine. This diplomacy has involved regular and constructive conversations with world leaders to try and reconcile differences and support Ukraine. That is why the Prime Minister hosted a summit in London with 18 leaders from around Europe, Turkey and Canada. These efforts by the Prime Minister have embodied the phrase "actions speak louder than words." Peace will come for the people of Ukraine. However, it is imperative that the United Kingdom plays its role in ensuring that this is a just peace. Finally, I want to say a word about the Ukrainian refugees that have made our country their home over the last 3 years, and pay tribute, as Colin Beattie did in opening, to the good people of this country and the many organisations who have been incredibly welcoming to Ukrainian refugees fleeing the war. Ukrainian refugees of all ages have been able to integrate into Scottish society, and we must continue to support them and recognise, as Stephen Kerr said, their wish of many of them to return to their homeland as soon as possible. I understand that there are 78 Ukrainian pupils attending Renfrewshire high schools. I welcome the work that Renfrewshire Council is doing, in particular to assess how many of these young people are planning to sit SQA exams, and support them throughout this process this year. Presiding Officer, while nothing can undo the horrors many have had to endure, I hope that the warm, hospitable environment of this country has offered some comfort. And as a country and as a Parliament, we should unite again and resolve to support Ukraine so it can find a just and lasting peace. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Bibby. I call Lorna Slater to be followed by Liam MacArthur. Ms Slater.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. We condemn in the strongest possible terms Putin's war of aggression against Ukraine. As in all conflicts, it is ordinary people who bear the brunt of brutality. Dead family, dead friends, no medicine, food, water, electricity, loss of homes, living in constant fear and danger. Geneva Conventions require parties in a conflict to distinguish between civilian objects and military objectives. Attacks on civilian objects are forbidden, but some civilian-owned infrastructure can be military objectives. Needless to say, the daily pictures and videos in Ukraine clearly bear out that these basic tenets are being broken continually and without a shred of concern. It is essential that support remains consistent at the international level: financial support, medicine, money and munitions. Ukrainians are giving up their lives, The West must continue to provide this material support if they are to have any chance of survival. We all know that we live in a different world today than we did before January 6th this year. We now live in a world where America can't be trusted to uphold treaties, where the President of the United States is embracing Vladimir Putin, a ruthless dictator, the traditional and historic enemy of American democracy and free markets, and throwing Vladimir Zelensky, the elected leader of a democratic allied nation, under the bus. A president who rewrote history in his own mind to make Russia a victim and to deny what Russia has done and is doing in Ukraine. I also think that the invitation of a state visit must be rescinded. Donald Trump is not welcome in Scotland. Donald Trump's politics are not welcome in Scotland. I don't think any of us know yet what kind of world and what kind of future we are living in. But difficult times can bring out the best in people. This is Europe's moment to step up. This is Europe's chance to become stronger, to renew their commitment to a common economic future, to democracy and to cooperation between nations. I am glad that the UK is participating in this project, while I still remain deeply sad that we are no longer a full member of the European Union. I would like to think that finding common cause in the defence of Ukraine may start us on the journey of finding our way back. Perhaps in the not-too-distant future, we and Ukraine may all be members of the EU. My sincere thanks to everyone in Scotland who made space in their homes for Ukrainian refugees, and my sincere welcome to everyone who has come to Scotland to escape war and persecution. I'd like to thank colleagues for their contributions to this debate this evening, and I'd like to associate myself with all their words of solidarity. It is so important that we come together as one voice in this Parliament, calling out Russia's aggression and reaffirming our support for Ukraine, and I thank everyone for doing so. Support for Ukraine is wide and deep, and not since the end of the Cold War have Europe's values been tested as they are being now. But in the face of Russia's aggression, we are resolute. Today, this chamber speaks with one voice for peace, for security, for a Europe and a world bound by the values of decency, democracy and human rights. Scotland stands with Ukraine. We stood by Ukraine at the beginning of this war, and we stand by them now.
Thank you, Ms Leader. I call Liam MacArthur to be followed by Claire Adamson. Ms MacArthur.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Can I start, like others, by acknowledging not just the contribution that Colin Beattie has made in bringing this debate to Parliament this evening, but his efforts over the last 3 years or so through the cross-party group in, I think, coalescing that cross-party and unwavering support for Ukraine. So I very much thank him for that. I also welcome the Consul General and our visitors in the gallery. I think it would be remiss, though, and I'm sure the Consul General would agree, not to pay tribute also to the work of his predecessor, André Kuzly, who I think formed very strong friendships, again, across this Parliament, and in the most challenging of times, I think, built those relationships upon which that solidarity is now founded. I think Colin Beattie's almost certainly lodged this motion ahead of the recent events, which I think all of us have found so depressing and so despondent. They have undoubtedly, I think, upended many of the certainties that we were still maybe naively clinging to, but which now feel further away than ever. The global alliances that we have come to rely on in the post-war era now appear to be in peril like never before. But thinking back to 3 years ago, when Putin, and I think drawing a distinction still at this stage between Vladimir Putin and the Russian people is important in this. This was Putin's illegal invasion built on his imperial ambitions. He was denied the lightning victory that he expected, and I think he was not alone in being confounded in his predictions about what would happen. I think Stephen Kerr was absolutely right to talk about the inspiration of the Ukrainian response to that attack, the inspiration of the Ukrainian people, Ukrainian military, and I think particularly of President Zelensky, who has shown such dignity throughout, but particularly in more recent times. I think Stephen Kerr again pointed to the need for that continued military, economic and diplomatic support, and I think we've heard that from all contributors here this evening. That will be manifested in many different ways. I think, again, as Kenneth Gibson and I think others have referred to, the issue of the assets that have been frozen now for some time does now need to be addressed in a different way and with more urgency than we've seen to date. As I understand it, there are around £25 billion worth of frozen assets here in the UK, and I think action needs to be taken to release those to support the ongoing efforts to support Ukraine, but Europe more widely too has similar funds that I think now need to be deployed to support the Ukrainian people. And I think Lorna Slater's right to talk about the way in which our reliance, our transatlantic alliance, has now shifted. I think is only underscored what a lot of us have been suggesting for some time is necessary, that Europe does need to step up and make play a more prominent role in this. That will include the increased defence spending that the Prime Minister announced, and I very much welcome. But again, I think as others have suggested, this is almost certainly just the first step in a trend that now needs to continue into the future. I think the other thing to point to, and again it's featured in the contributions from other colleagues, is the position of Ukrainians who now find themselves in this country. I think it is right and very welcome the way in which Scots have opened their homes and their hearts to Ukrainians who have come to this country and made significant contributions to communities, such as the one I represent in Orkney, but communities around the country and our country as a whole. But that does not mask the tragic circumstances that have led them to be here in the first place. And I think it will be true that very, very many, most of them will wish to return home as soon as possible. But for as long as they are here, they are most welcome. And I think we need to continue to acknowledge the value, the contributions that they make to our country. These are dark days. We do need to redouble our commitment and our solidarity towards a just and a lasting peace. And like others, I stand united, Scottish Liberal Democrats stand united with the people of Ukraine. Slava Ukraini.
Thank you, Mr MacArthur. I call Claire Adamson to be followed by Edward Mountain. Ms Adamson.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. Last week, I attended the Ukraine Forever concert at the Usher Hall, along with many of my colleagues, including Audrey sitting beside me, to see Scotland and Ukraine come together in cultural exchange and in solidarity with the Ukrainian people and fundraising for the war effort. And we had performances from Old Blind Dogs, Elzara Batalova, James Robertson, the Cultural Code Orchestra from the Conservatoire in Scotland, and Oskana Mavarodi, and the absolute powerhouse diva, Karina Cherkakova. And it was a wonderful evening of talent and of culture, but very, very profoundly sad for all of us there too in those circumstances. And I also had last week the pleasure of welcoming the Consul, Andrei Madvianovsky, to our committee to give evidence and to be able to explain the position of the Ukrainian people at that time. He came with passion, with dignity and with thanks to the Scottish people, and I think so-called world leaders could learn a lot from him. He told us that for several years his country had been bleeding innocent victims because of the aggressor state of Russia, a terrorist country led by war criminal Putin, and it had been bombing and destroying Ukraine and its people. It's been mentioned that Putin thought this would be over in 3 days, and many people thought so too, and Mr MacArthur mentioned that, but I think we should pay tribute to our own Professor Phillips O'Brien of St Andrews University, who was a lone voice to say, no, this will not happen. The Ukrainian people would resist and would dig in, and that's what we have seen from a very proud and very brave nation. Of course, we are your partners, and after all, unity among allies is what Ukraine needs right now, and unity is key and common for all of us. And I must impart in the Chamber the words of the Consul, who asked for 3 things. That Ukraine needed 3 powers: the power of weapons, which were discussed at length in the Chamber this evening, the power of economic sanctions, which perhaps are out with our control in this Parliament, but we all have a voice with colleagues in Westminster regarding that, and the power of diplomacy. I've talked a bit about the cultural diplomacy. I have to say, a few years ago, the Society of Scottish Artists had in their exhibition and had Peter Howson's triptych depicting the illegal invasion and the strength and the determination of the Ukrainian people. And that's what we need to keep working in our way in Scotland to support that cultural diplomacy and diplomacy at all levels. Mr Brown was able to mention the Dnipro Kids and Hibernian Football Club's long-standing association with the Dnipro Kids charity, and it was wonderful to hear the work of Stephen Carr and the welcome that the 50 children who came from that charity to make their home in Scotland, how well they were living here in Scotland, and how grateful the Ukrainian people were for our support for those young people from Dnipro. Kenneth Gibson mentioned the history of the Holodomor, which we've talked about many times in this chamber, but we also have had, in the 1700s, the first banned Ukrainian religious texts were done. Peter II mandated the translation of state documents into Russians, and at the fall of the Russian Empire, Ukraine was absorbed into the Soviet Union, and we know about the purges and the Holodomor. But make no mistake, Putin sees himself as an extension of that shameful legacy. So today we say we stand with Ukraine, and I would like to quote their own national anthem in what I see in their bravery every day. The glory and freedom of Ukraine has not yet perished. Luck will still smile on us, brother Ukrainians. Our enemies will die as dew does in the sunshine, and we too, brothers, will live happily in our land and not spare either our souls or our bodies for freedom. Slava Ukraini.
Thank you, Ms Adamson. I call Edward Mountain to be followed by George Adam. Mr Mountain.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer, and I'd like to thank Colin Beattie for this motion this evening and a chance to speak of our 3 years of solidarity with Ukraine. Of course, our solidarity with Ukraine goes back much longer than 3 years, and I'm going to touch on that, but I just want to make clear at the outset the events on the 24th of February 2022, when Russia invaded Ukraine, goes down in my mind with the infamy of the events of the 4th of November 1956, when they marched into Hungary. And in my opinion, the 24th of December 1979, when they marched into Afghanistan. There were similarities. But why does our solidarity go back further? Let us go back to the Budapest Memorandum of the 5th of December 1994, when Russia, Belarus, Ukraine, the US and the UK agreed to stand together to guarantee the sovereignty of Ukraine in order to get rid of the nuclear weapons they had. And the Americans did just that. And we said at that time we would guarantee their security. And what happened? Well, I'll tell you what happened on the 18th of March 2014. Putin decided to invade Crimea. And what did we do about it? What did we do about it? Absolutely nothing. And President Barack Obama stood by and said that he didn't think it was a serious event. Let me tell you, it was a serious event. It was a serious event that emboldened Putin and gave him the scope to do what he's doing today. And that started the creeping war, as I called it, where the Donbass and eastern Ukraine and Luhansk, where Putin pushed and pushed and pushed at the door to see how far he would get. And we didn't do anything. We stood back. To our eternal shame, we stood back. We had the ability to do something, and we did nothing. And that resulted in the lightning strike of Putin to try and capture Kiev airport. And I have to say that, as an ex-soldier, I'm incredibly impressed by the fight that was put up by the 200 soldiers there that basically prevented Ukraine falling to Putin. They did one hell of a job, presiding officer, and we should be proud of them. And we should be proud and we should understand it and we should accept across this chamber that is why we need armed forces to prevent people like that going in. And what has Ukraine had to face ever since then? They've had to face the Wagner Group, well, a more disreputable group of people I don't think I'd ever come across in my life. Not that I've met any of them, that I'm aware of anyway. They've had to meet with North Korean troops being shipped across. They've had to cope with arms and weapons coming from Iran and Syria. Well, we were prepared to let that go. We have done not enough to stop all of those countries arming and standing up for Putin against Ukraine. We have, though, as United Kingdom, done a considerable amount. I think we've spent nearly £12 billion in supporting Ukraine, and I'm proud that we've done that, and I know there's a cost involved in that, and I also understand why, and I support Sir Keir Starmer actually building up the British Army again. We need to, and I make no apologies for my government that hollowed out the armed forces and took the peace dividend from the Cold War. That was wrong. And I'm glad that he's now seeing that, and I'm glad that the West is now standing on their own 2 feet and going to do something about it. Now, it would be wrong, presiding officer, if I didn't stand here and make some comment about the appalling behaviour that I witnessed, to my eternal shame and embarrassment, going on in the White House. The behaviour of J.D. Vance, who should have known better. He was a Royal Marine, or it says in his service record he was a Royal Marine. If you dig down into it, you find he was a journalist with the Royal Marines and given the honorary rank of corporal to boot. He should not have been trying to ambush somebody who's lived in fear of their lives for 3 years. It is wrong, it is disgraceful, and if no one's prepared to call him out, we should stand here and do that. And finally, I'd like to say that I know that Ukraine will face a huge battle at the end of this invasion when they win, and we must ensure that they do as they rebuild their country. I think they're suggesting at the moment there's $500 billion needed to rebuild that country. Well, let us not forget and let us not shy away from the fact that Russia took repatriations from East Germany up until the day the wall came down. And if Russia's going to pull out of this, they can pay for the damage they've caused and the injury and the loss of life they've caused to Ukraine. To make them get away with anything less is unacceptable. Presiding officer.
Thank you, Mr Mountain. Before I call the next speakers, I would advise members that due to the number of members still wishing to speak in this debate, I am minded to accept a motion under Rule 8.14.3 that the debate be extended by up to 30 minutes. I invite Colin Beattie to move the motion.
Formally moved.
Thank you, Mr Beattie. The question is that under Rule 8.14.3, the debate be extended by up to 30 minutes. Are we agreed? Yes. We are agreed. I therefore call George Adam to be followed by Paul O'Kane. Mr Adam.
Thank you, presiding officer. I was concerned there for a moment as my friend and colleague Colin Beattie struggled to actually increase the time in the debate. I thought it's because he knew I was next, and all the nice things I was going to say about him, thanking him for the debate, that would have been gone. But I do thank him for bringing this debate and finally standing up and extending the time for us to do it. And I think when it gets to this stage in the debate, all I can talk about is the emotion and how I feel about the situation. And I think a lot of people are actually asking how they feel about the situation. Look, I'll give a perfect example. You'll be surprised to know that I was at St Mirren Park on Saturday to watch the football. And at half-time, the conversation was about what happened in the Oval Office. It wasn't about Scottish football referees. It wasn't about the disgrace that is VAR. It was the disgrace of JD Vance and President Trump and what they did to someone who stood against Putin over the last 3 years. And that shows you how it's got into the psyche of everyone in the world about how they see this. You know, history, there's pivotal moments, and what we do at this time, what the world, what Scotland, what the UK, what Europe does is important. And what we do now is we need to really be careful. And one of the things I would say is, I've mentioned this to the Cabinet Secretary before, there's $300 billion frozen in the Russian Central Bank, or from the Russian Central Bank in the EU, and what Europe decides to do with that in the future and how we discuss that is extremely important. Because at the end of the day, it's an aggressor who's actually made the difference. And that's money that could be gotten because it's the Russian Central Bank and it's frozen. It's not the Russian oligarchs and all his mates that they've been on the take in Russia for about the past 20-odd years. So that's something that could be done and dealt with quite easily. And I'd like to talk about someone I know, Stevie Blythe, who is a former soldier, has served time in Iraq and also in Afghanistan. And he got a military cross. He's not from Paisley, he's originally from Dundee, he lives in Paisley now, but he was in the Black Watch. And Stevie is currently, he's now an ambulance driver, but he's actually going over to Ukraine to drive an ambulance. He's taking ambulances over there and he's taking them to the front lines, and he's doing videos and he's showing us all on his Facebook everything that's going on there. And I asked Stevie, who's a really close friend of mine, I said, why do you do it? He says, because it's the right thing to do. And it's very similar to what the Consul said to us last week in the SEAC committee. He said, you know, that there's times that you have to stay positive all the time. You have to look, because he literally likened it to light against the darkness and good against evil. And I think he's right. You know, some people think you're talking with hyperbole when you talk about issues like this, but in this issue, at this time, he's 100% right. This is a fight against good and evil, right and wrong. There's no middle ground in this. And that's where you see what happened with Trump and Vance last week, who incidentally, Stevie's quite annoyed at JD Vance saying that British soldiers have no idea about how to fight a war, when he was actually involved in quite a lot of skirmishes over the time. He didn't get his military cross for nothing, you know, but when they took someone who is fighting the kind of good fight for the free world against a dictator, and they created that pantomime, that theatre in the Oval Office, not only diminished America, not only diminished the office of President of the United States, but we all felt a bit dirty after it as well. Because why would you do that? In diplomacy, even if their narrative was correct, and I do not believe their narrative, but even if it was, you would take them into a room and you say, don't do that again, here's what we're going to do. You do not do it in front of the world's press. But it was done purely to humiliate and embarrass. But the thing is, I don't think the American people will fall for that, because they still see Russia as the aggressor. Much of Trump's support will see Russia as the aggressor in this situation. So I think he will be found out. But anyone that's sitting there during a discussion with a world leader and saying, you've not got the cards, someone whose country has been fighting for their lives, and he's talking about playing cards. That's a joke, and he's a joke as a president. So in closing, presiding officer, I'd like to just say I'll follow the Consul's advice. If he says this is a fight against light against darkness and good against evil, that's good enough for me, and I'll support Ukraine in everything they do between now and this good fight.
Thank you, Mr Adam. I call Paul O'Kane to be followed by John Mason. Mr O'Kane.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer, and I'm pleased to be able to speak tonight to lend my voice of support and solidarity to the defiant people of Ukraine. And I would begin by thanking Colin Beattie for securing the debate this evening, and I think for all of the work that he has done in establishing the cross-party group in this Parliament for Ukraine, of which I'm a deputy convener. I think it has been a great innovation in this Parliament. I think it has allowed all parties across the chamber to come together and to stand in solidarity with the Consul General and with the representatives of Ukrainian communities here in Scotland. And I think the work that we are doing is valuable, and I hope that the Ukrainian community feel that value as well. So I'm very grateful to Colin Beattie for his leadership on that. Presiding Officer, no discussion about the events of not just the last 3 years, but since the annexation of Crimea in 2014, can be had unless we recognise that Russia is the aggressor and Ukraine is the victim. This is not a dispute between two equals. It is a war of aggression and of Putin's imperialism, and that is plain and simple fact, and I think it's what we've heard resolutely across the chamber this evening. So I think it's right in that context that we echo the sentiments that have been expressed by the Prime Minister and by colleagues of all parties and governments over the past 3 years, that we stand shoulder to shoulder with Ukraine, and we will continue to do so for as long as it takes. And I also want to express my gratitude to all of those who have welcomed Ukrainians into their homes and into their communities. And I've reflected in this chamber before, in the many debates that we've had in support of Ukraine, the efforts across Renfrewshire that Neil Bibby has referenced, and also East Renfrewshire, in terms of, in particular, faith communities and groups coming together and setting up a warm welcome hub for people from Ukraine. And I think that's been vitally important. And long may that continue also. With the time that I have this evening, Presiding Officer, I want to focus on the events of the last week, as many colleagues have already. I think the latest developments regarding Ukraine demonstrate that we face a once-in-a-generation moment for the collective security of our country and of our continent. Global instability, Russian aggression in Ukraine, increasing threats from malign actors, climate change and rapid technological disruption have all contributed to a rapidly deteriorating security landscape. And it's clear that we must protect Ukrainian sovereignty as we seek to resolve the reality which Ukrainian people have lived with for 3 years and longer. But it is right that the UK, in that context, steps forward as a leading partner to ensure our continental and global security. In working with Ukraine to come to what we hope could be a just and lasting peace, there can be no getting away from the volatile shifts we have seen in the halls of diplomatic power. And, Presiding Officer, as things change rapidly and quickly, it can be all too tempting to react to every single piece of news and take to social media, or indeed to expect a running commentary from the many government and diplomats who are involved in very difficult and very intense negotiations. But I do think it has been refreshing and reassuring to see the United Kingdom Government, led by the efforts of Keir Starmer, reject that approach and roll up their sleeves and take the lead in serious diplomatic efforts to pull together our allies. Because diplomacy often requires conversations and statements that are deeply uncomfortable, and there's no getting away from that, and there will be many more to come in the days, weeks and months ahead. And I certainly will.
Stephen Kerr.
Grateful to Paul King for giving way. Would he also join me in paying tribute to the King in the way that he has handled his responsibilities in the last few days, and the messaging that he is undoubtedly giving of support to the people of Ukraine, but also the people of Canada?
Paul O'Kane.
I'm very grateful to Stephen Kerr for that intervention, and of course I would associate myself with his comments. I think the importance of Britain's role in the world in terms of what is often termed the soft power we have, but I think we have seen a very clear demonstration from His Majesty the King of his support for Ukraine and his desire to play a role in the diplomatic process as we move forward. As I have mentioned, there are now, I think, fundamental challenges that we must reckon with as the situation in and around Ukraine takes on a new phase. And in that spirit, I welcome much also of the First Minister's statement and comments yesterday, particularly that there has been a shift in the need to prioritise our security interests, and his willingness for the Scottish Government to work with the UK Government wherever support is required to drive forward diplomatic and defence efforts being taken forward by the Prime Minister. I think it is important that we continue in that sense of working together to focus on how Scotland can play its role, and there are many direct questions which were asked yesterday which I think deserve further explanation. Indeed, my colleague Paul Sweeney, for example, had touched on the Aerospace, Defence, Marine and Space Industry Leadership Group within Scottish Enterprise, and calling for a re-examination perhaps of the investment rules of the Scottish National Investment Bank to look at how we might also drive forward defence production within Scotland. I'm conscious, Presiding Officer, of time in this debate, and it's been an important debate this evening. I think that for the rest of our lives, none of us will forget the bravery and resilience of the Ukrainian servicemen and women and the people of Ukraine over the last 3 years. They have shown an unshakable determination to defend their lives, their country, their way of life, and a total commitment in that country to the values of democracy and the rules-based order which we as Democrats all hold dear. They are an example to follow, and I hope that we take decisions in the coming period that will honour their example. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Kane. I call John Mason to be followed by Keith Brown. Mr Mason.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer, and thanks too to Colin Beattie for securing this debate and also for chairing the cross-party group. I suspect he did not foresee quite how events would unfold between lodging his motion on the 18th of February and where we are today. There are clearly a number of aspects to the war in Ukraine, and firstly I would just like to touch on some of the impacts in Glasgow. Across from my office, near Parkhead Cross, is St Michael's Church, and this is the base for Father Andrei Chernenko, who has a very long title, but I shall abbreviate to Vicar in Scotland of the Ukrainian Greek Catholic Church. And there is Mass there in Ukrainian, takes place every week. So partly as a result of that, have attended a range of events over the years, both at St Michael's and in Glasgow Cathedral, often also, I think, with Co-Cab Stewart in attendance, marking Ukrainian Constitution Day, the memorial service for the fallen defenders of Ukraine, and similar. If there is one thing I can say about Ukraine and the Ukrainians I have met, is that they are very persistent. We have seen that with President Zelensky, with the armed forces on the front line, with civilians still living in Ukraine, and we have seen it too in the many Ukrainians whom we have been pleased to welcome to Scotland. And I have to say, I think persistence is a very good trait and especially valuable given the present circumstances. One issue that my staff and I have been happy to help with was to find suitable premises for the Glasgow branch of St Mary's Ukrainian School. This is a Saturday school for young people from Ukraine so that they can keep up with their language, music and culture, even though they also attend Scottish schools every Monday to Friday. Some of the families travel quite a distance to attend St Mary's School, and it is extremely important for them. They have limited funding available and could not afford what Glasgow City Council was charging them for the use of a school each week. So we were very grateful to Clyde College when they came forward with the offer of premises at their Langside campus. I had the privilege of being given a tour of the classes and seeing the enthusiasm of the young people who cover quite an age range and also have quite a range of English language ability. While I was there, one of the things they were doing was making wristbands, which, amongst other craft skills, and I have to say I dismally failed to make my wristband, as I think Father Chernenko did as well, but they did give me one which I'm wearing tonight, which was completed and was in good shape. Another example of persistence has been a constituent who I share with Stewart McMillan and has impressed us both by how often she turns up at our surgeries. However, I did also want to refer to the wider issues and the war itself. It is now 3 years since Russia invaded, and many of us thought that Ukraine might only be able to hold out for a matter of days before being overrun. If memory serves me correctly, the Americans offered to airlift the President and others out of the country, but Vladimir Zelensky stayed on and is still there. Clearly, Ukraine is a much smaller country than Russia, and the odds were always going to be stacked against them. Even with more weapons supplies, they lack the manpower to match their larger neighbour. Personally, I think that war is seldom the ideal solution to disagreements between nations, which is why I wear a white poppy each November. However, there does come a time when either as an individual or as a nation, you have to say enough is enough and take a stand, whatever the consequences might be. When I was a youngster in the late 1960s and early 70s, there was a TV series which I think was called The Flashing Blade, and the theme song still sticks in my mind. One of the lines is, "It is better to have fought and lost than not have fought at all." That is a value that Donald Trump does not seem to understand. I do hope that there can be peace negotiations which lead to a fair and just settlement. However, whatever happens, President Zelensky and the people of Ukraine should know that by standing up to Russia, as they have won the greatest respect from Scotland and from the rest of the democratic world. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mason. And I now call Keith Brown. Mr Brown.
Thank you, President Officer, and thank you also to Colin Beattie for bringing this debate to the Chamber. And can I say, as the Deputy Leader of my party, how proud I was that over 40 of his colleagues joined him for this debate, which I think, in my recollections, a record for a member's debate. And it shows the interest and the gravity of what we're discussing. I can also say it's very good to see the Consul once again. As Claire Adamson mentioned, we met with the Consul last week in the committee when he revealed the fact that he is a Hibs fan. And he is a Hibs fan, not because of a fantastic football team and Sunday's results, but because he's aware of the history of Hibs fans, having visited the Ukraine, I think, in about 2004, and working with orphans in Ukraine ever since that time, and then the work that was done for the Dnipro kids. It's also true, of course, Hibs have a very good Ukrainian player playing for them just now as well, which helps. I think in relation to the comments that have been made, I'm not going to deliver the speech I intended because much of it's been said already, so I'll just pick on a few points, perhaps a little bit at random. But in relation to the Ukrainians who have come to this country, members will know that I hosted a Ukrainian family for a number of months. I think we have to acknowledge that their presence here has enriched our country in many ways. And I think although it will be important to Ukraine, I know it is, that many of these people go back to Ukraine when hopefully we can get the just peace we all want, and also many Ukrainians will want to go back, that if anybody wants to stay, they should be allowed to stay. They add to our country. Their country has added to our country, and they themselves have. So I would hope that that would happen, and they are not forced to continually have to apply for visas as time goes on, which can be very disruptive. The family which I had school-aged children, and having to try and plan your future, waiting for the next tranche of a visa, is not sensible. Can I just mention as well that we've talked about the armed forces in Ukraine, but we have to remember many of the armed forces were nurses and doctors and plumbers. Shortly before, they were forced to take up arms, and what they have done is utterly remarkable, given that. These weren't trained soldiers, so what they've done, I think, is absolutely remarkable. In terms of helping them, I think we have to look to what the EU have said, Ursula von der Leyen has said, where they're talking about a potential £600 billion of borrowing being brought to bear in terms of rearmament and other defence aspects. And I have to say, this is not me speaking for either the government, certainly, nor necessarily my party. I think borrowing is perfectly legitimate when it's the security of your country that's at stake, just before we get into all this stuff about budgets. Whether it's in terms of production lines for armaments, I think it's perfectly legitimate for governments to borrow for those purposes. And I would hope that, although we can't access those funds because they're EU funds, I would hope that we would do something similar in terms of the UK to make sure we can bring the maximum possible support to bear and the maximum possible deterrence. And it should be about deterrence in terms of Russian aggression. I think what we're seeing, though, from the United States is akin to a protection racket. This is where we'll defend you from a bully if you give us money. I mean, it's absolutely appalling. And we haven't seen a counterpart to that in international relations that I can remember. I think it's also true to say that in all the stuff that's been demanded of the Ukrainians, where's the demand on the Russians, the aggressors? They've been told by the US they will no longer be subject to cyber activity from the US against Russia. They've been rewarded for their behaviour. It's absolutely, it's unbelievable the way the world has changed in the last time, certainly.
Edward Langton.
I thank the member for taking an intervention, Presiding Officer. When this war is won and Russia is kicked out of Ukraine, I wonder if the member would agree with me that repatriations from Russia are the only sensible way of resolving the rebuilding that will be needed afterwards.
Keith Brown.
Well, I agree with the spirit of what Edward mentioned. The one thing I would say is, and a point was made, I think, by somebody else about distinguishing, it was Lee MacArthur, in fact, distinguishing between Putin and the Russian people. I would want to see, and we learned the lessons of two punitive sanctions in the First World War after the war, so I would be careful about that. But I think the principle that Russia should pay, I think, is a very good one. I think also it's true to say that Well, first of all, it's not true to say that J.D. Vance was a Royal Marine. I think it would take a bit of a stretch of imagination. I think he certainly was apparently a Marine, but I'm not sure he'd have followed the course at Lumsden and completed it had he tried to do so. I think we have to also, bear in mind, I think we are still trying to grapple with the significance of what's actually happening just now. Today, we have seen China say they are ready for any kind of war. We're seeing a war in Europe. In my view, Article 5 of NATO has been completely undermined. And if you think through the consequences of that, that should tell us all how urgent and huge the task in front of us is. And it's for those reasons I agree with the comments made by all of the members. We have to treat this extremely seriously. We have to be urgent in how we deal with it. Pax Americana, as they've called it, is coming to an end. The world is being upended. Australia, New Zealand are very concerned for their own security now because of the changes which we've seen. But given all that, we have to concentrate on what we can do. And I think the one thing we have to do is to acknowledge, as the Consul told us last week, that the fight of the Ukrainians is the fight of all Europeans. We are in this fight and we have to play our part in it. So very supportive of all the comments that have been made by members. And also very pleased that we've had a statement on this yesterday and a debate today, and I hope we continue to do that. I should say that prior to the leader of the Conservative Party yesterday asking if the President of Ukraine could come, I mentioned the same thing last week in the committee. I hope we could do that, and I hope that request rightly would go from the presiding officer, but I hope that can happen. In the meantime, we certainly stand with Ukraine.
Thank you, Mr Brown. I now call on Cabinet Secretary Angus Robertson to respond to the debate. Cabinet Secretary.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. May I begin by, like all other members, thanking Colin Beattie for bringing this debate to the Chamber and, as ever, for his long-standing and steadfast support for Ukraine. And like others in the debate, also acknowledge the presence of the Consul General of Ukraine, Andrei Madzianovsky, and other members of the Ukrainian-Scottish community. And, as Liam MacArthur has done, is to also share our appreciation for his predecessor, Andrei Kusly, and before him, Yevgen Mankovsky, who also played such an important role after the full-scale Russian invasion. And I think it's really important that a number of colleagues in this debate have pointed out that Russian aggression didn't start 3 years ago. It started way before that, and that's the Ukrainian experience. And if you want to know about Russia's imperial ambitions, speak to the Georgians in Abkhazia or South Ossetia, or speak to the Moldovans, and the list goes on. And we were reminded about 1958 in Hungary, 1968 in the Czech Republic. The Soviets and the Russians since have form in all of this. Now, the statement from the Prime Minister in the House of Commons on Monday afternoon, reflecting on the European Leaders' Summit, I think was extraordinarily welcome. And I think the fact that there is cross-party support in this debate, but more widely, is something that is perhaps too rare. But I think, given the literal dangerous situation that we find ourselves in now, is a reflection of the fact that we do understand how important it is that we work together. And that was echoed in the statement by the First Minister here in this Parliament yesterday. The First Minister emphasised a number of themes, and I think they've come through in the contributions that we've heard this afternoon. We've heard from all the courage, the determination of Ukraine's democratically elected President Volodymyr Zelensky, and indeed by all Ukrainians since Russia's invasions, in terms of the full-scale invasions, but also the east of the country and the Crimea years before. And I would, rather than singling out any particular contributions, pay tribute to everybody who has spoken, because everybody has spoken in support of Ukraine this evening. But there are a number of points that I would want to... I'd be happy to.
Neil Bibby.
The Secretary for taking intervention, and I absolutely welcome what he said about the cross-party support for Ukraine that we've seen here this evening. We need to maintain that. We need to have consistent support for Ukraine for the long term. Would he join me in welcoming the 100-year agreement between the United Kingdom and Ukraine cooperation agreement, and that we should remain steadfast supportive of Ukraine for the long term?
Cabinet Secretary.
Absolutely, that's really important, and I agree with Neil Bibby on that. I think there's a number of things, though, that I want to reflect on that members did raise. The warning of inaction in the face of aggression is something that we cannot countenance. The consideration that we should give to what happens with Russian assets, 300 billion euros of which are deposited in Europe. The growing European commitments towards defence and security. There hasn't been much mention either here or in the UK media today about what I consider to be a historic announcement by Germany yesterday. It's probably the biggest single financial announcement made by a German government since the Second World War of 500 billion euros in new spending on defence and infrastructure. They understand the scale at which we are going to have to aim for, and I think there is a lesson that needs to be learned by other governments, including our own, about the scale of the challenge that we are facing. And a number of times we heard about the importance of a just peace, because I fear when I hear some people talking about securing peace for Ukraine, it sounds a lot like surrender with a bow on top. And I think we need to remember Russia can end this war tomorrow. They just need to withdraw their troops, leave, and I agree that they should pay for what they have done to Ukraine. Now, last week we marked 3 years since Russia's brutal full-scale attack on Ukraine, and how much we do owe to the Ukrainians who resisted at Hostomel right at the start. Just imagine what had happened if the Russians had managed to take that airfield and proceeded with their plans. But the Ukrainians resisted, they stood, they defeated the Russians at Hostomel, and the rest is history. They have been able to withstand at great cost the Russian aggression. But we are repulsed at the appalling and the shocking violence that we have seen. But we remain inspired by the ongoing strength, the resilience, the bravery of the Ukrainian people and the Ukrainian armed forces. That includes all of those fighting on the front lines, their families who've had to leave their homes, their loved ones behind in search of safety elsewhere, and the day and daily rocket attacks on cities throughout Ukraine, and people every day literally having to go to the bunkers for safety. We must realise the significance of the moment that we face, and that securing the... I would happily give way.
Stephen Kerr.
I'm grateful to the Cabinet Secretary for giving way. I know from his parliamentary experience at Westminster, he was a member of the Intelligence and Security Committee for a number of years. Might he reflect with the Chamber on the pervasive nature of Russian misinformation and propaganda, which is currently flooding all of the social network platforms and is influencing public opinion in directions which is regrettable?
Cabinet Secretary.
We most certainly should be aware of that danger, and we should counter it, and we should make sure that we can rely on reliable news sources. But it should be obvious to anybody, surely. Russia invaded Ukraine. There is no doubt about that, regardless of some of the revisionism that we've heard in recent weeks and months. Let's never tire of pointing out the fact Russia invaded the Ukraine. They are the aggressor. Ukraine is the victim, and we stand with Ukraine. Thousands of Ukrainians who have made Scotland their home will be deeply concerned by recent developments, and I want to offer my assurance, as have members right across the Chamber, of our continuing commitment to securing a strong, a durable peace that ensures Ukraine has a secure future. We are clear that there can be no negotiations about Ukraine without Ukraine at the heart of the talks. And we all wish a speedy victory for Ukraine, a resolution which restores peace to the Ukrainian people, ensures Ukrainian sovereignty, democracy, independence, and its territorial integrity. Ukrainians continue to stand firm, defending their country, defending their homes, defending their culture, and defending their independence. And their spirit serves as a powerful reminder of the importance of freedom and the lengths people will go to protect it. It's a moment to not only acknowledge the horrors of war, but also to celebrate the enduring hope and courage that persists even in these darkest of times. And now more than ever, we need to emphasise the importance of global dialogues and unity across the political spectrum, as the First Minister has emphasised. Everyone, all of us, need a cool and rational way through the current challenges that we face. And throughout the 3 years of war since the full-scale invasion, the Scottish Government has repeatedly condemned Russia's illegal war against Ukraine. And we must continue to show that we are steadfast behind Ukraine and alongside our partners in Europe. And there were strong signs of European unity and solidarity on display in London at the weekend. I was encouraged to see the shared commitment to step up to support Ukraine. As part of our ongoing solidarity, we'll also continue to support our friends from the Ukraine to settle well in Scotland. We will endeavour to do everything that we can to provide a warm future and support them to build a new life here. And since the war against Ukraine, more than 28,000 people with a Scottish sponsor have arrived in the UK, with 21,000 of those arrivals coming through the Scottish Government's successful super sponsorship scheme. This has enabled us to offer sanctuary to more Ukrainians than any other part of the UK, and I'm incredibly proud of the kindness and the friendship extended by people across Scotland to those fleeing war. Many have opened their homes to Ukrainians, offered a safe place to stay and helped to settle into life here. And I'd also like to take a moment to acknowledge our local authorities and our third sector partners across Scotland who continue to ensure Ukrainian people are able to access the services that they need. Ukrainian communities are now flourishing across Scotland, from the Western Isles to Dumfries and Galloway, from Orkney to the Scottish borders. In my role as Cabinet Secretary, I've had the pleasure, the honour, to meet so many Ukrainian people across Scotland and hear firsthand their personal stories. The past 3 years has allowed so many Ukrainians to become our friends, our neighbours and our colleagues, and while many Ukrainians have been helped by the Scottish welcome, in turn we are rewarded by the Ukrainian families who have come here. I say thank you to those from Ukraine who've made Scotland their home for now. As we continue to hope for peace in Ukraine, our message remains the same. We will continue to stand with the courageous people of Ukraine. We will continue to take an approach shaped by our compassion, standing up for democracy, human rights and the rule of law. And we remain fully committed to supporting Ukraine's long-term future and playing our full part in helping to deliver it. Slava Ukraini, Heroim Slava.
Thank you, Cabinet Secretary. That concludes the debate, and I close this meeting.
Hello and welcome to Broadcasting Scotland. My name is Lewis McGlynn.
Hello and welcome to Broadcasting Scotland. My name is Saoirse Healy.
Hello and welcome to Broadcasting Scotland. My name is Donald C. Stewart. Broadcasting Scotland is Scotland's independent broadcaster, providing factual news, reporting on the issues important to the people of Scotland.
We are committed to public service broadcasting, and with your support, we will produce even more programmes.
Provide opportunities for young people interested in media production and broadcasting, and challenge preconceptions of what Scottish media looks like, amplifying Scotland's voice and reflecting its communities.
We can already deliver high-quality live news, and we will create the highest quality programmes for you to enjoy. But we can only do that with your support.
So please subscribe to and share our channel or donate to Broadcasting Scotland via the link in the description. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.